What is up, everybody? It is I, ya boy, Coyote Thunder. Okay, there's like this weird delay from when I connect to when this thing connects. It does say I'm currently live, so I'll take it as us currently being live. Docs, check. Yo! Hold on, let's check myself before I get too excited, because I can get very excitable. Maybe. We will find out as to how exciting this is, if this in fact is going to be exciting. I don't want you on anything. I just need you here. Relax. Refresh. I don't want you. I want my live. Where's my live? Where's my YouTube channel? It's just a regular copper cup. We're just checking things right now. We can definitely go over the campagin in a moment. But I can test it here. Test. What? What? Already at like 15, 20 seconds. That's much better. Now I can make you much bigger. Because I gotta wait for this thing to show what it needs to show. But let's go ahead and do this, do this, and then let's do this. Wow. Test again. Is this? The third. This is a different one. What am I doing? I'm being a foolish fool over here. Stop this. Restart it. Reset it. What's happening? I'm being a foolish fool over here. Stop this. Restart it. Reset it. What's happening? I'm being a foolish fool over here. Stop this. Restart it. All right. All right. Gotta mute myself for a second. I apologize for this. My homies, uh, my constituents, my friends, Americans, Coloradans. So we're gonna check. Bam, go. Oh, oh, we're at about a 6 second delay. Okay. Not bad. Much better. Uh, uh, where am I? Okay. So welcome aboard, y'all. This is truth. The day is today, and it is time. What is it time for, you ask? Simple. Well, it works. So here is my thing for Colorado governor. We need to look at a few things. First and foremost, remember, you and I, me and you, I need to switch chairs. Give me a second. This is my current thing, right? Top to bottom. We got I don't know if you can see this. We got nuclear power. I want to install that. 3 reactors. Underneath that, we got trains because I need a subway system because that's the best way for us to have trains is to have them underground. It protects both the train from the elements and it protects people from the train because we'll have the sliding doors to prevent people from, getting pushed onto them, like out of New York and shit. Then you more cops and other stuff. Now underneath it is uh, the housing, the zoning reform, right? This will allow for mixed use and whatnot. But support me, Coyote Thunder, Edgar. Edgar. It's a German name, you know, which, crazily enough, I'm not German. Much better. So this is my kneeling chair, right? Matter of fact, let me show you what I'm sitting on right now for this, because aha, kneeling chair. So I sit here, my shins go here, or I can also just hang my legs over the side. But this definitely is good for your back. I like it. And it could use a better cushion, to be honest with you. After enough time, the seat is like too hard, I guess, or the material. I don't know. One of those things is all. Still visible. Excellent. I also have the standing desk, so we can go up and down, up and down. For those who know, you know. And so those are just a few of the changes that need to be made, right? In my opinion, I should say. And I believe my opinion to be the correct opinion. Why? Because I am a Christian, and the United States is a Christian nation. I'm tired of people pretending that it's not. If you read the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, and you read the Bible, you will notice that they are very much together. Oh, that's my chair. Chair. Over there. So because of that, we need to make, well, massive and radical changes. Now, I'm not bald, so unfortunately, I'm not going to have the highest insight because, for them, their body no longer turns the nutrients into hair, it just puts it to the brain. I have some long, luscious, gorgeous hair, so maybe my takes won't be as good as others. Or maybe they'll be better. Who knows? Maybe it's because I have the hair that it allows it. I'm also wearing wool. This is 320 GMS, however it's called. And the same thing with like the woolen leggings. So, for anyone wondering, and this is just a silver chain with the trigun cross for Wolfwood, but at the same time also Jesus, because that's who he is. But regardless of that, not regardless of that, he is first and foremost. But the nation must return, right? We cannot allow because you got the Jewish nation, admitting I don't believe in Jews. You got the Muslim nations, admitting I don't believe in Islam. You got the Hindu nations, again I don't believe in the Hinduism. You got the Buddhist nations, again don't believe in Buddhism. Then you have lots of agnostic, atheistic societies as well. Again, I don't believe in them because there has to be a final judge, and who better to be that judge other than the creator? I'm getting I'm getting on a tangent at the moment, but that's because I need to practice and listen to my speeches, and I would like your help if at all possible, because I mean we're and again this is specific to the United States, if you are a young man, understand that I am not going to abandon you. I want to make changes to better help you, the young men in America who were left behind by both politicians and churches. All religion has basically kind of just dropped you, all in part of the desire to get laid, so they just let feminism happen. And you know what? I've really gotten to the point where I have to point this out so much right now. But incel is an oxymoron. It is impossible. I'll even pull up the definition so you can all understand how it's following. Just give me 1 second. Maybe I'm the oxymoron here. Celibacy, the state of abstaining from marriage and sexual relations. Abstinence, the fact or practice of restraining oneself from indulging in something. That's abstinence. So, again, the fact that it comes down to abstaining, right? It's not, it's impossible to be involuntary, right? Because you can always be a gooner and goon out. Wait a minute. Is gooning even the right word? Because you'd be going to completion, which again, we're this. Uh, okay, and see, this is the thing. I am open to truth, reality, things that we can confirm, right? So, I mean, it would still make sense, right? Abstinence and celibacy. Well, abstinence is just abstaining from something, can be anything. It doesn't need to be specifically sexual related, right? Because abstinence is just abstaining. You can abstain from your doom scrolling, right? Which I would say everyone should do like a quick. It's not going to be quick, but take like a weekend, right? And on the weekend, do not be on your phone at all. I'll do it. I mean, I'm going to be streaming here, but don't doom scroll. That's definitely going to take you down. But celibacy is the act of abstaining from marriage or sexual relationships. So that would also mean no jorking it, no jorking the pen piss, right? Because that's what it is. It's impossible to be involuntarily celibate. Okay, now that I have that out of the way, well, I don't know. I don't feel like I'm a moral. I've been locked away for a while, not like in prison or anything, but I want to talk with people, but I don't want to go outside. But I know I have to because I want to be governor because I feel the system is broken. Well, the system isn't broken. The system works perfectly as designed to work. This system, though, is designed to function for corporations. And little known fact, which a lot of people are going to end up denying, but corporation equals corporatism. Let me check my stuff real quick. I just need to do something. Make sure we're good. My campagin. Excellente. If anything, we won't be talking about that for a moment. No, wait, where was I? I was on something. Again, I'm not as eloquent as others. My mind is very quick, but it could be too quick. So, well, honestly, I'm very much at the point where I dislike a lot of people because they don't understand the definitions of words anymore, or they use the wrong words with the wrong definition to describe the wrong something else. So, oh, and you also got to listen to how people say things. So I will always recommend if you are a young man, right, read the Bible, read the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, and the book How to Win Friends and Influence Others. I would also recommend the Book of Five Rings and Sun Tzu's Art of War. They're not that big. You can just read through them, maybe read through them a couple times, but it'll open your eyes so you can then see the way broadly. Because once you can see the way, you can see all things, right? You can see how they connect. Uh, so as I was stating this, the fact that they don't know the definition. So corporatism, capitalism, of course, is capital, private capital, people. You can start a business, you can make money, good to go. Under a corporation, though, because a corporation is considered a person, like you and me. We breathe, we eat, we sleep, we die. A corporation, though, as a building, as an entity, as a legal framework, cannot die. So long as that law exists, that corporation will exist, which is highly, highly unfair to us, the people. And again, the system was designed for corporations under corporatism, which is business communism. And the way they go about this is through, well, the legal loophole for lobbying, which is really at this moment exploited because they've used all those loopholes and now it's just straight bribery. That's what it is. Like, I can't remember her name. There was one black judge lady, uh, not judge, like a senator lady, right? She was gifted by George Soros some dude, some guy with a bunch of money, like, hey, let's do this thing, right? He gifted her an Italian villa. So it is a gift in another country. So it technically doesn't matter how much it is, could be like a $5 million property, but given to this American politician, it does not count as a bribe because it's not within the United States. She wasn't given US land, she was given Italian land. So that's how they loophole their way through it. Dislike it. I have a super numeral tooth. I don't know if you know it, but apparently there are people who can have extra teeth. I have one extra tooth this side. Like it's it's like another fang, but yeah, I have like two fangs on this side and one fang on this side. Because, we do have fangs. It's the first sharp tooth after your flat teeth. And I have one supernumeral right here. Just means that every now and again I gotta use something like a pencil or something thin to get up in there, get the food out, keep it. I like these toothpicks the most because they got the floss. They got this. Floss my teeth all the time, especially while watching, because you can just do, yeah. Which I have found flossing to be an excellent way for me to stop biting both my nails and my lip. That's not the one. This is the one. I'm not gonna show you who I have, but I do enjoy using chapstick. Also, Colorado is so dry. I don't know if you've been here, but mm, Yeah, we're just gonna hang out for a moment, right? Gonna see if anything's going on, see if anyone shows up. I might take a break and remove some rock because we do need to remove some rock. Hmm. I mean, I am still in search. It's tragic. I worked in finance, but now I no longer work in finance. Salud. I don't know if you heard that. I would definitely change my field. I just don't know what it would be. Because currently, I did work in finance for a while, a long while. I won't say who I worked for, but it was definitely a hedge fund. And that's how I learned everything that they do and the way they steal your money. It is horrible. So the way it works, much like a bank. So again, this is where corporations are the problem, which also, I don't know if you know this, but the only thing allowed to be traded on Wall Street are corporations. Corporations like, and again, I'm not going to say which one I worked for, but it's going to be one of these named on this list. So we have BlackRock, Blackstone, State Street, Vanguard, because technically BlackRock and Blackstone are just offshoots of one another. So it's Blackstone, then BlackRock. No, BlackRock, then Blackstone. Yeah, for the intentional purpose of creating confusion, right? Let me bring you down so you can see my hands. So it's more of my chest and shoulder. So we got BlackRock, who then created Blackstone. Blackstone is the one purchasing all of the residential properties. And again, as a corporation, it's not going to die. Because it's never going to die, this means the corporation itself will never lose the property. And because the corporation is considered a person, when you put in new officers, well, they're not going to have to pay any tax on it like they would under inheritance, which I get it, right? You want to play the system, go ahead and go that route. That's whatever. But that's also evil because you are now preventing uh, this from going to someone else. The other thing that's very much kind of jacked is the fact that there is inheritance tax. I would say none, right? The only tax that needs to exist is sales tax. But again, corporations and corporatism is the problem. Oh yeah, right. So, but mind you, there's more than that because you also got like T. Rowe Price, Charles Schwab, Fidelity. What else is there? Morgan Stanley, Edward Jones, a lot of named places. But he just named after people, right? Because Charles Schwab is named after Charles Schwab, the founder, who is not Charles Schwab, the current owner, I think. Otherwise, he'd be like a third or fourth or something, right? But I don't know. It was founded a long time ago. Should be at least like a fifth. Then I'm also looking for a job. I'm distracting myself. So we're looking at the blank paper. Okay. What else is it? There is something. So corporatism, not capitalism, is the enemy. Because a corporation is considered a person just like you or I. A business, though, is not considered a person or should not be considered a person. That's how capitalism was. So, for example, Henry Ford owned the Ford building. He could, give it to then his children, Or if he sells it off, it could still be named Ford, kind of like McDonald's was sold from the McDonald's to some dude, and it's still McDonald's to this day, right? Could have still been Ford, but transferring from one person to another should have been a tax, but transferring from him to his children should have been fine. So there are plenty of changes that need to happen, in my opinion, because all of this kind of started in 1920s. So there is a huge, well, before, like 1913 is when it all started. Their deliberate attempt to destroy the nation, and I will not allow that to happen. And this is through the international bankers, because the bankers, Merrill Lynch, the you know the company, because named after someone else, or maybe a couple people, but it's terrible. It really is. No one pays attention to symbolism. I am all over the place. Relax. Breathe with me. Breathing exercises. Ready? We're only going to breathe in and out through the nose because the nose is going to humidify, heat up, and or cool down the air as it needs to. And considering it's like a fist, like yay big in my face, that's how big total the sinus cavity is. So ready? Okay. Back on topic to what I was saying. Corporations are the enemy. They're the ones who have stolen everything because they use propaganda against the boomers, and that the boomers said, them kids, they can pull themselves up by their bootstraps like I did without realizing all the support they had from their parents who both paid for their university. And again, this was before government guaranteed student loans. And the only reason that even happened in the first place is because the silent generation, the ones who came back after World War II, used that money, saved it up for their kids when they were then ready to go to college. Those now college students who also had kids sent the kids to go be raised by the silent generation grandparents. Then, as the adults, those kids were then working, indoctrinated into colleges, being them kids, they don't need, they can do it themselves. I want to be paid, so that's why I'm kind of censoring myself here. But those boomers were like, yeah, them kids, I'm a sell out everything to the corporations so I can make the most amount of money. And guess what? The kids, my kids, they can go and make their own money. They can pull themselves up by their bootstraps like I did without realizing that this boomer generation is the one that dropped the ball. They got to go to college when it was extra cheap because it wasn't a guaranteed government loan. Therefore, they had to charge reasonable prices. But once the government got involved, well, guess what? You will pay, will charge whatever, and the government will pay whatever. Remove the government from student loans completely. I'm also against usury, so that's that whole thing. But then the boomers, after which they then got their kids back, who are now slightly older, going to school, doing all that stuff. Then those boomers, this is like the Vietnam to the hippie era, right? Well, after World War II, like 20 years later, so like the 1960s, those are the ones 1965-ish, 1970, right? That whole area. Those are the boomers. They are the ones to blame. And again, it is because they would rather give, they're the greediest, right? It's all about me. Oh, I bought this house for uh 50K. Cool. It is now worth 300 million or whatever because it's in a very nice area and I happened to buy it before the youth got in. Well, they then sold it. Oh, uh uh, uh instead of giving it to my kids or selling it to a starter family because my family doesn't need it, even though they do at this moment. But instead of selling it either to their kids or to a young family, they sell it to Blackstone, BlackRock, T. Rowe Price, Morgan Stanley, the hedge funds, right? They also fell for the oil companies' propaganda of, oh, nuclear energy is dangerous. Of course, it can be dangerous. Everything can be dangerous. Fuel, like the gas industry, has more death combined than all of nuclear. Admittingly, yeah, nuclear is relatively new, but nuclear is safe. Planes were safe, but again, it's the corporations, their want and drive to maximize profits has ruined everything. And the boomers gave them that power. I want to take that power back. So to do this, we need to do several things, right? Like as I want to be Colorado governor. I am not a U.S. citizen at the moment, so your support would definitely help me in this endeavor. And even then, this idea, it needs to be removed from me, Coyote Thunder, and now into you, because they could, and again, corporations would absolutely assassinate me and slander my name like they did with Charlie Kirk, like they did with JFK, like they did with MLK, like they did with Michael Jackson. They probably did it with Kanye. They probably did the same thing with Amy Winehouse, the same thing they did to Chester Bennington, uh, Avicii, Paul Walker, lot of death. Even some of the CEOs, like I don't know if you know this, a lot of CEOs have been dropping. And the main way we do this is we end corporate personhood. I'm truly want to just shut down the stock market. The bond market is fine, but the stock market, I despise it with every ounce of my being. Because the stock market, stocks, right? So you understand, and again, this is just financial education. I am not giving any advice to anybody. I this is my own hate about it, and I do believe that this does need to change, but I can't really tell you what to do, right? I can only give you the information, and then from there, you can do what you want with this information. Like I can tell you, have you heard the good news of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ? He came and died on the cross for our sins because a punishment still needed to happen. Someone still needs to be held accountable for all the sin, and all the sin is, what is wrong in the world. Oh, googly moogly. So even though those corporation or even though those CEOs step down, they still need to be held responsible. Likewise, the shareholders, because I don't know if you know this, right? But say you buy stock for a company. We will use Alphabet because Alphabet owns YouTube and YouTube is the one that I am on. Susan Wojcicki died as well. Did you know that last year? No one said a word about it. Probably because she knew too much. And you know how it goes. The corporations, they will do anything to destroy the worthless eaters, like on the Georgia Guidestones that were destroyed. There's a lot going on, right? And the tragic part is because there's so much going on, not everyone is gonna want to go into it because it feels bad. That's why they say ignorance is bliss, but ignorance is slavery. You are a slave to your own stupidity, and that needs to change, like completely. All of us, every single person, we have a brain. I understand that they say that, oh, like 80% of society are NPCs. I would say it's closer to maybe 70%, then well, maybe 60%. 60% are NPCs only because they have not opened their eyes to reality. They're listening to what the media says. No, they're listening to how the media says things. Again, how they say it, not what they are saying. And kind of what they are saying as well, but there's no critical thought behind it to question why they're saying it the way they're saying it? So, for example, they will make assertions in their claims, be like, how this is bad, or this is bad, here's why. Not, hey, here's this thing, here's the information, make your decision on yourself. No, they're preloading you, this is bad. Therefore, these reasons. But that's also very dumb because there needs to be balance. Without balance, there's lopsided and then everything falls. We cannot have that. We should not have that. Anyone who supports that should be considered our enemy. But I also want to return Colorado itself to being a Christian nation. Now, the reason I picked Colorado is because it is my home and I understand it more than I would understand other states. I'd have to, kind of fly around. The reason I say fly around is because here in Colorado, I can just climb up the mountain, and then I can, from the mountain, I can see all of Colorado Springs. I can see all of Denver and the surrounding suburbs. Uh, Pueblo's a little bit harder, but Google Maps does a good job there. But you also need to be able to walk around to understand how things are doing or how they're going. So that's what I've done. I've gone around Colorado, many a different city, just trying to get a good lay and feel of it. And I've realized shit's fucked, man, completely. Everything is designed for cars, roads. Everything is a 15-minute car drive away and going at 30 miles an hour. Well, let's do the math on this one, right? So if you're traveling 30 miles in 1 hour, half of that is 15 miles. Half of that, yet again, is 7.5 miles in 15 minutes. Now, sure, they'll say, oh, things are closer, they're like 2, 3 miles away, but then with all the traffic and the fact that there is the only option to get around is with a car, I mean, it's definitely making us dependent on cars. Now, do not get me wrong. I do believe truly and wholeheartedly the vehicle, the car, I don't like the big trucks. They're too damn big. Smaller ones are fine, like the Tacoma or the Hilux or the older like Ford like smaller trucks. Those were nice. Uh, but what was I saying? Yeah, things are messed up. The vehicle is the ultimate symbol of freedom because you can go anywhere at any time. But really, that's it. Anywhere, anytime. No questions asked. Just hop in and go. But when that is your only option, it no longer becomes freedom. It becomes a shackle. I want to remove that shackle from your feet. So the way I see about doing that is that we need to make so many changes. And again, it's got to be such a big interconnected web of changes. And we got to understand how we're going to pay for it and how we're going to make things better for you, the youth. I get how a lot of this might sound. I don't really care. It makes sense. It works in a model once you remove emotion, because this would be then build positive emotion. Because you got to know how these things would interact with people's feelings. It's not just analytical, it's analytics plus emotion, but you cannot let emotions dictate the analytics, right? Kind of. There's a balance. There's no single solution to anything other than Jesus because he is the only one that is whole and complete with full knowledge of absolutely everything. Created the universe, created us, all of that, right? So, the first thing we need to figure out as the state of Colorado is how us, and remember, you and me, because a state is more than just geography, right? If we were to say remove all the people from Colorado, and then it's just a mountainous area that we have named Colorado. But it's empty, it's void, it's vacuous, there's nothing there. So people must make Colorado what it is. So it's a combination of the two: land, nature, and humans. I do separate us because we are separate from nature because we are the stewards of nature. As Jesus is the shepherd for humanity, humanity is the shepherd for the planet. And in order to ensure the planet has everything that it needs, that we can do everything we need to, we have to take the power away from the evil that is corporations. And yes, they are evil. They destroy the environment. They exploit the employees, the people they're supposed to be taking care of, and they exploit the consumer because they sell you garbage that needs to be replaced, and then you can't fix it yourself because they're like, oh, you technically just bought the thing, but we're the ones who have to fix it because they're trying to nickel and dime you. They don't care about giving you quality. They want to take your money, and they will do it in the most underhanded ways possible. So, as Colorado governor, the first thing that I would implement is a right to repair. If you own something, you own it. Therefore, you, me, all of us, I buy this phone, it still works. I can replace the battery, I can replace the screen, It fell out of my pocket when I was on a roller coaster in Denver on the Mind Eraser, and then it hit like the little booth thing, and it stuck like this in the door. Because you know how they have the slide down metal things over top of it, just went bam, and a dude found it. Yeah, sure, my screen was fucked, but I went and took it and got it repaired. Because there's certain repairs that can happen, but I cannot do any further modifications. Like, for example, I cannot just order the battery and pop out the back like I used to. I have to take it somewhere to get it repaired. This is creating dependency, right? It removes self-sufficiency. Just like, honestly, taking all the manufacturing out of the United States has taken away our ability to innovate, or at least severely reduce it, because we still have like 3D printers that we can do prototyping on, but the final end result needs to be made through machines, dies, or other equipment that is no longer in the United States. It is now all sitting in China or India. Why? Because again, corporations who they hate humanity. They're the evilest of evil, and the people running it are the evilest of evil. You can look it up who they are, right? Go and check out the you can check out Merrill Lynch, check out BlackRock, check out State Street. They have information of who all of the CEOs and who the officers, the decision makers are. And they hide another way, right? As shareholders. That's why I say we need to close the stock market, because the shareholders can vote in the CEOs. The CEOs then have to do what is required of the voters, which is crazy because you would think that it would work the same way in politics. You and I are voting someone in, they should work for us, not the corporations, but the corporations have all the money because they stole all the money. Very anti competitive practices, which has essentially created a shadow monopoly. And yes, I am asserting that they are a shadow monopoly because it is a singular or a group of individuals who own everything. But the way they do it is through hiding and through layers, right? So you have it always comes down to the shareholder because the shareholder is the one who then makes the decision, right? So the shareholder purchased from the company, which is a small percentage of, say, Alphabet. They would buy like 10%, right? So they're not considered a high high owner, right? I think that's like 25%. Majority shareholder owner is one owning 51% or more of the company, but that's beside the point, right? That's why CEOs get paid so much because they pay them in stock options. And then those stocks pay dividends. And if you own 51% of $1 billion corporation, well, you're going to make a ton of money off of those dividends. That's how they steal from you. Because as a worker, as an employee, you're not an owner of the company. Certain places are excellent about that, like Costco. They're great. I love them. No, they don't support me, but they got some good stuff going on. Arizona ISD also got some good stuff going on because they respect the people. They're not increasing prices. They don't need to, because I'll be honest with you, inflation is a lie sold to us by the corporations yet again, and with support of the Federal Reserve, which isn't federal, it's a privately owned company. You can look it up. All of this can be looked up on your own. Read it, and you'll get as angry as I am. Matter of fact, go get licensed as a stockbroker, and then you'll see all the things that I see. I'm telling you, enter the industry, enter finance, all of you. And again, they're going to tempt you. They're going to offer you a bunch of stuff to continue what the corporations are doing. But again, that's more bribery, but now on an individual level. So, and again, I did work for them for a while, but the only reason I chose to work for them was so I could learn how they're doing these things. Because that's what I came to the conclusion is that corporations are the problem. Wall Street is the problem. Wall Street was the problem and has always been the problem since like 1913. They caused the stock market crash in 1920. They caused the housing bubble, the dot-com bubble. Uh, what we're going through right now, all of this, every single one of them caused by corporations. But legal framework allows the people who made those decisions to hide. So a corporation does a thing which ruins the United States economy. The officers are not, they're like, oh, these are the officers in charge, but nothing happens to them. They find the corporation without then realizing that it was the shareholders who put the officers in charge that then made the decisions that the corporation would then destroy everything. That's the layers. And then it even goes further beyond that because so there's a fourth one, right? So the shareholders would be purchasing through those hedge funds. Those hedge funds, which then own each other, have another way of hiding the people who are then purchasing that, making those decisions. And no, I'm not talking about like you, me, your next door neighbor, or someone who has maybe like 50 shares. I'm talking the big single owners, right? The people super heavily invested that own so much that they've decided, like I'll use one as an example. We got both George Soros and Warren Buffett, right? Super mega rich people from the stock market because, I mean, they're able to hide. The only reason we know Warren Buffett is because he's out here talking to people. Only reason we know George Soros is because we figured out that, oh, he is funding these things specifically to destroy America while taking money through both US aid at the time he was and the stock market, which again has devalued our currency, reducing our purchasing power. I feel like I'm talking at you more than with you, but there's no one here, so. But I'm just checking my YouTubing at the moment. Just to make sure I am watching myself. Maybe I don't count as watching myself. Yeah, I don't count as watching myself. Unfortunate, but I know we're here. So, where was I? Corporations. They're the enemy. How does corporatism work? Wall Street. Many of you are financially illiterate. Because you're financially illiterate, you're being taken advantage of by those corporations. They're hiding this from you. It's gate kept. It's very much behind a wall. You have to pass licensing exams, but you can only take those exams if you work for one of the hedge funds. Because you can't just get it on your own and be your own stockbroker, which I think is very dumb. Because then this prevents, it's literal gatekeeping. So you have to go through them, and then guess what they're going to do? They're going to charge you money versus you being able to do it on your own. I'm sure there are ways. I haven't looked into it too much. I believe TD, Ameritrade, or even just Merrill Lynch. Create an account with Merrill Lynch. You can start trading through Merrill Lynch. Although Merrill Lynch is, it's whatever. Because they are like the main, the broker, right? They're considered an insider, not an outsider like you and I. Notice the wording there. They're calling us outsiders. And the other thing, again, people don't pay attention to symbolism, but in the Old Testament, after the Israelites escaped Egypt, Moses went up the mountain for about 40 days. While that was happening, they had turned the gold that they were given by the Egyptian people into a golden calf that they were then sacrificing by burning children on an altar alive to the golden calf, Maluk, Molich. And that's continued on. Now it's a bronze bull on Wall Street. And what did they put? They put a little girl, a child, in front of the bull. Oh, you might be thinking like, oh, it's the hubris of women. No, that's just the marketing campaign, their branding, their propaganda. This, a child versus an actual bull, the child is going to die. So this is another, and what's messed up, it is a female child sacrifice to the bull. Oh, you're gonna say you're in too deep. It's not that deep. No, you're just shallow. You don't know what's going on. You're dumb. And I don't blame you for this one. You were not educated with the ability to think critically. Now, the ability to think critically is to take information that might seem disconnected and see how it's, connected. For example, what what is air? What is the atmosphere around us right now? Scientifically, it is a fluid. Fluid like a water, but air can move like water. It's got turbulence as it's going off of the back of cars. Uh, as a train is going through the air, it is pushing through this fluid. It's a very light fluid, don't get me wrong, but air resistance is still a thing. That's why terminal velocity exists. Once you hit a certain speed, that's your maximum speed based off of gravity, which technically should continue infinitely faster and faster, but then you have air resistance pushing you back. That's the terminal velocity. That's the fastest you can go based off of the fluid that you are flying through. So, understanding that fluid dynamics and how they work, well, you can look at, say, a dolphin or a bird and see how they travel through their fluid, and then you can apply that to a train because the train is also traveling through its own fluid, which is the same one as the bird, right? And then you look at the Shinkansen, the Japanese bullet train, which I love Japan. You guys are great, but you really need to get your stuff figured out. If not, you're either going to go extinct, which I think is super tragic and I would hate to see it happen, or you're going to get invaded. And again, I would hate to see that happen. And I have a great news for you, my Japanese brothers and sisters. You embody what Christianity is supposed to be. You have the greatest service. You are very kind on the surface, though. There's like some deep underneath evil. Because, the Gokudo, the Yakuza, they're your criminal elements. They exist. They're like your street gangs, your colored gangs. And by colored, I mean those ones wearing specific colors, like yellow, purple, red, blue, kind of like the Bloods and Crips and whatever else we got here. I think there's like the I don't know, the Saints Row. They wear purple, right? GTA is more of like individual criminals, kind of like I would say the Gokudo, the biker gangs, the really just gangsters, while Saints Row is more like the Yakuza. It is the organized crime, the mafia, right? Y'all really need to get that under control, especially the abuse of women. But I do believe that motherhood needs to be celebrated, protected, and supported. And the way we do this is we make massive changes. And I want to make these changes here in Colorado, here in the United States, because white people are only 7% of the planet's population. That number needs to get bumped up, or the other ones need to get brought down. But I'm also not down for, you know, ethnic mass cleansing like certain groups. I just figured, hey, let's increase their numbers so that way they are then more able to. Then don't bring them in, right? Do what Wakanda did. Do not bring them in with their problems. Export your solutions. That's what needs to happen. But no one understands this, or at least too few people understand it, and not enough people who understand it have a voice. My voice is tiny. I got one viewer, which is myself. What else is there? There's so much. There truly is, because you got to understand how interconnected their webs are, that there is no roadmap. So I will give you a roadmap to my system, which will replace their system. Because this system isn't built for me, it isn't built for my generation. I'm 37, I'm a millennial. That's why I even said I might be too old at this moment. But this is more so for the Gen X, those who are 18 to 25 right now. You are my priority because I have a younger brother. I love him. He is, I'm so proud of him for all that he does, all the work that he has done, and all the support that I've given him, and all the support I will give him, because he deserves a future that I did not have. I feel like I was robbed. And I know a lot of other millennials, but a lot of you're still lazy. I'm still lazy. Slothful. That is sinful of us. And because here's the way you got to consider it, right? The boomers were in the 1960s, right? They then had around when they were 20, right? 1965 to about 1985. Because remember, 1945 was the silent generation, the greatest generation to have existed. Then there was that middle generation, which wasn't old enough to fight in the war, but also just passed the war itself, because they were too young, but now they're here. But the children of this silent greatest generation ever, were born in uh, probably like 20 years later. Because remember, we have to look from when they are eligible to be adults, so 18 to 20 years later, because that's when people start doing things, right? So the greatest generation ever fought in World War II. 20 years later, the 60s. That's when Vietnam was supposed to be going down, but that was then the hippie revolution. Those are the boomers. The 1965 generation are the boomers. Then 20 years later, around 1985, that's where the millennials are born. Us. Then 20 years later, like the 19 or from about 2005-ish. And again, these are rough numbers just based off of the war. Then there are those new children who are born because again, as they're like 19, 20 years old, that's when people start having kids. Sure, it can happen a little earlier at 16, but that's why it's a range of ages. But we're using kind of like 2005, right? Those are then the Gen X. They are now born into this new millennium. We are the millennials because we are born at the end of the millennium. Gen X is the new millennium, right? So they were kids in like 2000 to 2005, maybe 2010, right? Now in 2025, you are becoming the adults and you're realizing what was stolen from you. And us, as the millennials, the children of the boomers, we were beat down. I remember my mom, and again, I love her, I understand. Single mom, we had a whole other thing, definitely Hispanic, but I have noticed they're not very supportive parents, right? That's like the devouring mothers, the emotional incest, uh, the uh, my daddy this, daddy's girls, mama's boys, boy moms, girl dads, right? The toxic levels of that. Well, that's what we experienced, right? Because I remember hearing my aunts and stuff saying all these things. And again, the feminist propaganda has gone deep. The brain cancer. Ugh, it is gross. Feminism is an ideology that hates women, but it was just branded as feminism, so it sounds pro-woman. But what has it done from the beginning? It has worked to enable women's self-destructive behavior by, well, gaslighting them, right? Isolation, manipulation, all that stuff. But in the negative aspect of an enabler. What is an enabler? Munchausen syndrome by proxy, where mothers would intentionally hurt their child, which is the whole trans ideology that's happening right now. That's all it is. It is Munchausen syndrome by proxy. Because they will harm their child so that way they can get sympathy. But then online, well, guess what? We now have internet sympathy, so it's even worse. And again, all of this pushed by corporations, which the boomers sold out to in the 1960s. And then, the children born from them in the 80s, because that's when they were in their 20s, us millennials, grew up with parents who were very greedy, very selfish, very much, hey, I did this, you can do it too. You're just being lazy. You're just not thinking. You're not doing what you're supposed to do. That generation beat on us like you wouldn't believe. And a lot of us were kind of like a dog beaten into submission, right? That's what happened. That's why so many of us are stagnant, so stale, so unmoving from where we are, because we're wallowing in it, and it's awful. It's so bad. And we did nothing for either our children or even our younger siblings or nephews or any of them. And that needs to change. So, first and foremost, Colorado Governor, Coyote Thunder, support me, please. Because this plan, now you're ready to hear the plan, right? We got one person viewing. Thank you. Welcome aboard. I appreciate you. And again, remove this idea from me, Coyote Thunder, because the corporations can assassinate me and slander my name, but they cannot silence the idea. V for Vendetta, Charlie Kirk, all examples of this. The Guy Fawkes mask or the big Christian revival, which I returned to Christianity around 7 years ago. Where hold on, where was it? 2020, shortly after the pandemic, right? I think like 2020. So yeah, it's been like 5 years now that I've been returned to Christendom, right? I did go through the communion stuff because that's kind of what like a Mexican thing. My mom wanted me to go through the communion, so I was like, all right, let's go through the first communion through the Catholic Church, and that's what I did. But then I started reading, right? And what I read was the Bible states that knowledge was scattered about across the world. So I believe there to be truth around the world, but then the synagogue of Satan, again, not a specific people group, just some liars. They are a people group of themselves, but they're still liars. They then spread uh, falsehoods, adding on to it. Like the word conspiracy theorist was created by the CIA because they are controlled by a different group to discredit people noticing that, hey, things aren't adding up, like the JFK stuff. That's specifically when it happened. So there are currently two enemies, right? You have those in control of the government and the boomers who sold that control over to the synagogue of Satan for their own greed. They are the worst, truly. They're not gonna they're not gonna leave you an inheritance. My dad didn't leave me an inheritance. I met him. He's a rich man. But what did he do? He gave it to his family because in his these are his words, and this is why I dislike him and why I will never be like him and why I need to be better than him. He said, and I quote, I can always find another woman and I can always make more children, but I cannot replace my brothers, sisters, or parents. That's the kind of that's the kind of man, terrible man, horrible, worst in existence. And he left me nothing. Me, my older brother, nothing. My younger brother, we have a different dad, but I'll always consider him my full brother. That's just it is what it is. I love him. He is the best. I love my older brother too. He is a great, wonderful, excellent man. I respect him. I'd like to be more like him. I do respect my younger brother. We have a 12-year age difference, mind you. So he is, but he's picking it up, right? I'm helping him as best I can because I've realized my own mistakes, the own abandonment that I also had. So I'm not going to abandon you. You were the younger generation, so I need to make sure that each generation subsequently thereafter will have the same opportunities you did, the same way. So the first thing we need to look at is how us, you and me, as Colorado, as Americans, as the state, can come together and fix this for us. Not the corporations. Corporations don't matter. They're buildings, but they shouldn't be considered a person. So that's the first thing. We end corporate personhood. Second thing, the state has to make money to be able to pay for things. Remember, you and I are the state. We can always bring in innovation. So us as the state, for making money, we're going to do three things. We will take over utilities. This will be the generation, production, and transportation and metering of electricity, uh, water, natural gas. We'll handle all waste as well, right? Looking at like Norway and Switzerland and Sweden and all those other places, right? Where it's like, oh, here are the public trash cans. They're separated out into the three different things. So you have your compostable, like food scraps, right? That gets put into this one, and then it gets put into a big old pile and then turned into like mulch, compost, fertilizer, whatever, so that we can start rebuilding the topsoil. Second one will be plastics, right? Plastics so we can recycle and or incinerate them, which that incineration can then be used to create electricity. Cardboard, paper products, again, those will be used for recycling, because we can make more paper, because those paper fibers, they're so good for so long until they end up getting washed out of the system and then just dissolve into nature, right? There'll be another one for glass, aluminum, and then the other one will just be, well, trash, things that fall outside of that. Now, I want to recycle everything as I can, especially computer components. I want to start bringing those back over because we can easily harvest all of the stuff out of them, except for like maybe paints and whatnot. But and of course, there's better ways to do this, but I want to empty the landfills as well. I don't know if you've seen it, but we have several landfills or several places where they're just, it looks like, oh, there's a bunch of grass and stuff, and then underneath it, it's piles of garbage that's really resources that we could use if we're smart about it. And they're ones that we already have. We don't need to bring in any more. Right to repair is happening as well. And then the other thing is that we need to change the taxes. But there's going to be a big old asterisk behind that, so we'll get to that in a second. But us as the state, right, you and me, we will make sure electricity, and the electricity is the most efficient possible because we're just trying to make sure that everyone has electricity, everyone's paying for the electricity that they're using, and that we're not wasting any fuel or materials. Then same thing with, well, everything, right? We have to make sure it is as efficient as possible. The people will be paid well, but it'll be so specifically, you will be paid one fourth the cost or one fourth the price of a home. That's your pay, right? Per year. So say a home, we'll use an easy number, right? $10,000. No, even that, better yet, $100, right? So say you make $100 a year, you say a home costs $100 total, right? You will make $25 per year. So in 4 years, if you work and pay 100% of it towards your home, well, guess what? You've paid it off in 4 years. Or you can spread it out, right? Instead of doing that, you could then bring it down to, say, a fourth of what you make. And then at that point, say a fourth of 25, which I am not good at numbers right now. So let's go ahead and whip out a calculator. 25. Let's do that by five. Say five, you take 5 years, right? You would take one fifth of that time. So that's now $5. Now we take the 100, divide that by five. Guess what? That's now 20 years that you can take to pay back the house, paying $5 a month. And again, this is just an example of quick numbers, small numbers, but it can then be brought up, say 1,000 or 10,000 or 100,000 or a million, right? Because value-wise, that's how we're going to connect it. I would rather bring it back to the gold standard about $20, maybe up to $25, right? Just to make sure that it's a more handleable number, but that's not my decision to make as much as I would like it. But one troy ounce valued at 25 US dollars. We bring back manufacturing. I want to create the guilds so this way, you as the youth can be trained on milling machines, lathes, welding, tailoring, leatherworking, tanning, sewing, haircuts. Yes, HVAC, electrical, plumbing, gas plumbing, all that stuff, right? So that's something I want to create for us here, so that way you can also then rent it out, build what you need to build. You'll be trained how to do it. You can make. We'll also sell machines because that's what needs to happen. We need more milling machines and lathes, and then they need to be made in a way that they can be transported. So there's a lot of innovation that needs to happen. And to bring back that innovation, we need to bring back the ability to create. Because without the ability to create, we don't have the ability to innovate. And don't get me wrong, 3D printers are great and all, but they're not the final product. They're not the final thing that can actually be used in the application is meant to be used for. Because sure, we can make it out of plastic, but then that plastic is not going to survive if, say, it needs to be in like a vehicle, or it needs to be a part that connects with another part to see how it'll actually work in the real life environment. Because you can do the models and the simulations with the plastic, but the plastic is going to be different from metal under actual operation and heat and lubrication potentially that might be needed, right? So That's the free thing. But we're making money as the state of Colorado through utilities. Let's see the way we're doing it. I have some stuff written down. Here it is. Okay, so here's how we're doing it, right? Utilities. I also want to add it's like a bag you put over top of our sewage treatment plants to capture methane from the enzymes we use to eat up all the stuff to make it a very nitrogen rich water, which I would say that nitrogen rich water then needs to be used for gardens and plants. A whole natural process that we don't actually need to use anything additional. I will say that we as humans now need to be healthier because then our waste would then feed those enzymes, which those enzymes would then break it down into nitrogen in the water, and then they create methane gas that comes out of the water, but we capture that methane, and then guess what? We can now use that to burn as either more electricity or cheaper home fuel, right? Whether you have a like a gas furnace or a gas stove, we could use methane and the natural gas. They both do have a smell behind them, but once you burn them, that smell does not exist. What else is there? I want to add 3 nuclear reactors, but I don't mean. So let me actually draw this out, right? I have a draw tablet, so let's go ahead and whip this out. Paint, paint. There we go. Let me grab a glove. So these are just cotton gloves. I have a whole pack of them because cotton is better than the polyester gloves that they have, in my opinion. Admittingly, yes, I did need to cut these to free out these 2 fingers because I found that these two are best. Because I don't necessarily need this one free because this one's just like a hold. But as you can see, pen, right? Mind you, this is not going to be good. None of this is going to be good, right? I am not the best. How do I flip you? Nope, nope, that ain't it. Uh, well, well, whatever. We'll go from here. Okay, where is it? There it is. Okay, so this is going to be what it is, basically, right? We will then put the reactor and all the stuff down here. Electrical lines will come out and then hit things and then take off, right? But this is where we're creating all the electricity. There is cement already around it, right? So it's already sealed and closed and ready to go. This way, if anything should happen, which mind you, we will have plenty of redundancies, plenty of fail safes, so much backup on top of redundancy that you will know that the only way that we will ever lose these things is if we are under attack. And then guess what? We can just cover it up. And we have now created a sealed area where the nuclear radiation can just fizzle out if anything were to happen. This would prevent, uh, the radiation from coming up top, which would be horrible because then it would spread around. We could keep everything in here and then shut it down if need be. That's what we'll do for the 3 nuclear reactors. This way, there's less worry, right? We're also very geologically stable. Again, unless of course there is technology out there that can create earthquakes, but someone can probably look up patents on that because they would most likely need to patent that because science is insane. You're telling me that we figured out nuclear energy, we figured out weather manipulation, not modification, not even control, but we can manipulate the weather. But this is what we would do, right? Let me go back to here so that way it looks more like an actual tower. tower. Electricity going this way. Excellent drawing. I know. Thank you. I'm the best. Call me Rembrandt the fourth, the 15th. I don't know how long it should be. Right. The other thing we're going to do is that the state of Colorado needs to have a Colorado bank controlled by the Treasury, the Colorado Treasury at that. Now, this bank, of course, you as a Colorado resident, U.S. citizen, or permanent resident of the United States, but still resident of the state of Colorado, you can have the bank through Colorado. There will be no fractional reserve in this bank, unless, of course, you opt into it, and then you and I, we're the state, will benefit, right? Because you, as a person who owns a account with Colorado, with the state treasury of Colorado, you are confirming at this point that you are, in fact, a resident of Colorado. These will be free to all Colorado residents. Open, stay open. They don't have to have money. The only thing that's going to happen is that we will then implement our own payment processing software to be used on all retailers because we also need to be able to charge tax. Admittingly, I still want cash. Cash is king. Cash is harder to control. Uh, but if you can pay cash, even better. If you end up paying with card though, because you can continue with it like you are now, uh, us as the state, we will take that fractional penny. So as the example, right? Say there is something that costs, let's use some numbers here, right? Can you even see my calculator? There it is. Okay. So say something is $19.99. Taxes are like, I don't know, 10%, right? That's $1.99. That's how much the tax would be, but it would round up. Well, at this point, we wouldn't round it, not at all. So it would be this number out to here. That's the additional that you would pay on the 19.99. So then that point 0.9, us as a state, you and I, would take that additional amount. Imagine it like the Robinhood app, right? Or not the Robinhood, the Acorns app, right? That idea was uh, the leftover penny would then go into your savings, but now this time it will go into the Colorado, because again, you are Colorado, I am Colorado. It will go into the Colorado investment account, because that's the other thing we're going to do. As Colorado, much like Norway, we will create an investment fund. The way it's going to break down is going to be an 80-20 rule, right? 20% in the large stock indexes, the S&P 500, the Dow Jones Industrial Average, and so forth, right? The other 80% will be in debt instruments called bonds, right? We're back to the bond market. The bond market's great because this way you can take out a loan if you are an existing company. And again, we're going to support local business, local manufacturing, local farms, all local stuff will be supported, which means locally, 100% of the higher ups, the owners, corporations, whatever, what have you, they 100% of them must be in Colorado, and then no, yeah, and then minimum of 80% of their employees must also be in Colorado in order for you to qualify for these Colorado bonds, because we're going to support Colorado industry. So 80% of that will be invested in the Colorado industry, and then those you know bonds are going to pay out interest twice a year. And the more you have into it, the more you're going to get paid back versus, say, stocks, you can get dividends and the like. And again, like Norway, that's what we're going to do. There's still going to be like small business loans and stuff. Uh, I want to get rid of interest, or at least have a set interest, so there's no like APR, annual percentage rate, or annual rate of return, or what have you, because it's usury. We shouldn't have usury. But I also understand that we here in the state need to make some money so that way we can continue to provide the services. Which the other thing I want to do is I want to install trains and uh, adjust the zoning laws and so forth. That's also going to be tied into the taxes, but we need to cover out how, again, the state's going to make its money. So the state will make money through providing utilities, the payment processing system. So we get that zero point 0.9 cents additional, which will go into the investment fund, which is the other thing, the investment fund. And the investment fund with any interest and dividends, along with sales tax, which is the fourth, because no more property tax, no more income tax. But again, big old asterisk. So don't think that this means that, oh, no more property tax. I can go out and buy 50,000 properties and then not pay a dime in tax. You're not gonna like me. But those are the four methods: utilities, the bank, which will technically be the payment processing system, utilities. Hold on, I gotta pee. I'll be right back. Oh, I need to stay. We'll close this for just a second after I get this page out. Okay. Okay. I just had the little ring light that also acts as my flag holder, which, again, America. I have this here with me at all times because I should. My favorite shirts, so you can also see. My favorite shirt of all time. I also have a red one that has that as well. But this flag is up here next to my light. Hey, there it goes. All right, I just had to stand for a second because I don't know. I feel like I've been sitting for a little bit too long. We are back though. So, quick recap. As the state of Colorado, the way we will make our income to not rely on like income tax or property tax or even there still will be a like a registration tax on your car, but I will make the roads better. I will make them smooth and non-polluting. I also want to get rid of asphalt shingles because I don't know if you know this. Asphalt still leaches some of its oil into the water, polluting the water, which is why all of our waterways are so polluted, is because of asphalt. Yes, cars also driving past deposit the CO2, the NO2, all the other stuff into the water as well, but that's a whole other thing. I want to protect nature. It's going to be great. So, uh, utilities with the nuclear reactors, right? That's one way. The investment fund is another way. And then sales tax is the third way we as the state will be making money. So, sales tax is going to be as follows: 0% on groceries, right? Not a dime tax on groceries. Now, groceries are not going to count things like soda or candy or excessively sugary items. Those are not going to be considered food because those are considered a dessert. And dessert is not nutritionally the best. So, like beef, uncooked beef, well, yeah, uncooked meat, vegetables, fruits, and then grains like flour and stuff will not be assessed the sales tax. Neither will like water. Like you buy water, that's not going to get any sales tax. There will be a tax behind like plastic bottles and stuff. Okay, I'm gonna sit down now. I also gotta fix my light. There it goes. All right, we're back, truly. So those are those three methods as to how the state itself will make money. Once the state is making money, we can then start implementing everything else. Because again, the state has to be able to fund these things and not be so reliant upon the federal government. If anything, the federal government should be reliant upon the states. So that's what we'll do. Oh yeah, no. So it's utilities, payment processing system, investment fund, and sales tax. Those are the four methods that we, as the state of Colorado, will make money. Now, all of this is going to help the people of Colorado because you will be paying less for stuff. You will have more purchasing. Your money can go further, right? Oh, the other thing, right? So, things like alcohol, tobacco, I'll say shrooms and marijuana because it is illegal here in Colorado. We'll keep it that way. That will be taxed at 30%. Well, no, not 30. We will call that 20%. 20% tax on, say, alcohol, tobacco, weed, shrooms, or soda, candy, chips, junk food. That will be the other 20%, and then 10% on anything else, like this coaster, right? Tanjiro Kamado coaster that I have. I also have a Rengoku poster. I have like a Ryoko Matoi. She's great. I also have a Vegeta. He's great. I have so there's this girl I like, right? Because I'm still human. I still have likes. I love everybody. Don't get me wrong, but there's one girl that I like extra more special on top of that, and she gifted me this. A little Goku, Kid Goku sleeping. He's great. Goku. No, I have many a Goku. Like my cousin got me this one. I bought myself this one. And to show you that I am a true weeaboo, because I do, I like anime. It's an excellent storytelling medium. Oh, there's another one that she gifted me. Ram Rem. It lights up. She also gave me this Jujutsu Kaisen mug, a poster, some Nezuko socks. Also bought myself this Kirito, Sword Art Online. I don't care what any of you say. It is a great anime. Fantastic plot. Sure, he might be a little bit of Mary Sue, but this is him as an Integrity Knight out of Alicization, kind of like an alternate thing. He just looks cool. He's got a sword. It's dope. I'm down for it. And I myself am writing a fantasy novel. That's what I'd like to do. I don't want to be in politics, but there's a change that needs to happen. And if no one's going to change it, I need to change it because I may not fully be able to benefit from all these things because it's going to take a while. Well, it shouldn't take that long. We could probably get this done in like 10, 15 years, the whole thing. The trains, the moment they're put in, immediate benefits. And the way we're going to build the trains is also going to be different from standard stuff, right? I understand there's like the whole soil composition and everything, but what we're going to do is we're going to take the land, right? Back to this, back to this. So let's go ahead and get rid of everything. So here's what we're going to do. So first we're going to take the land, right? Then we will dig a hole down, put up the shoring, right? And then there will be this platform, which will be trains going this way, right? This will be north-south, and then there will be another train that is sitting right over top of this one, and this one is going east-west. And then here will be bike parking, shopping center, and then train north-south, train, or no, train east-west, train north-south. Then we will put the tunnel boring machine, and we will go this way and this way to the next stations, and the stations will all be built the same. I want them to have they're going to still pay because as a business, right? You're still going to have to pay, your business licenses and all that stuff. Yeah, so business licenses, and then rent within the train system. That's another way that we'll be making money. And then of course sales tax and the payment processing system. You use your card down there, you buy something, we take that say zero point 0.9 cent that's left over, less than the penny, and then it'll just start to add up. It'll go into the fund. That fund will be fully public to everyone, so everyone can scrutinize it at any point in time. The scheme, and again, it is I'm going to call it a scheme because that's technically the proper terminology for it. This is the other thing. And it's the scheme to make money, but it's a good scheme. So the scheme itself is going to be that the train systems, they'll be free for certain individuals. We'll get to that in just a moment. Everyone else is going to have to pay, but it's still going to be relatively, well, it's going to be very affordable in comparison to, say, owning a car. Because the train itself, if you're not using a car, if you don't have a car, you can still, I want to make the state walkable, basically. But I still understand we need cars, we still need the roads, we still need to be able to get around should anything happen. And they also still need to be able to handle a lot of people, so we also need to get people trained up and smart and educated and all that good stuff. So housing reform. This is the next part, right? So the taxes is how we're going to pay for everything, but now we got to be able to ensure that people can live here. And then by live here, I mean multiple generations of people can live here. And the way we're going to go about that is that we're going to end up getting rid of income tax because there's no reason we're going to need income tax with these other things that are going on. Because again, tourism is going to be the thing, and we're going to make sure that we can handle the tourism without destroying nature because we need to be in harmony with nature. Yeah, that's why I love the Japanese people. You have it down. You have what it is to be Christian, but you're not Christian yourself, which is where the bits of evil came through. The servitude to your fellow man, the efficiency for your people, the harmony with nature, right? That's good. There's some bad, could be better, but that's the same for all of us. Overall, I will say I find you Japanese people to be great, and I wish to kind of emulate that. The white people, y'all are doing amazing things as well, right? Out of Norway, Switzerland. I mean, British was kind of there. White Americans, even then, they're doing great. They're doing wonderful things for the world as a whole because they're still at harmony with nature. Sure, it's more of a we control nature versus harmony with nature, but it's still better than the destruction of nature like certain other places. Like, I don't know if you've been to India. That place is basically a garbage dump. They don't have it's like it's not the trolley problem, it's the shopping cart dilemma, right? So and the shopping cart is more so a moral indicator because it's not going to hurt anyone to not put your shopping cart back, but it is going to make it a little bit harder for the person taking the carts back. But nothing wrong with it, right? But it's because of that your morality means that, oh, I don't care about them, so I will inconvenience them to not inconvenience myself. Versus, oh, I can put it away in like 2 seconds and then I can move on about my day. And then when the dude goes to pick up the carts to take them back in so more shoppers can use them, they're right there. If you don't put it away, you're morally not a good person. If you do put it away, you are a good person. Again, it's a minor thing, very, but that's definitely a better that's a step in the right direction, which more people need to take. So I bring that up because it also comes down to, again, we're getting rid of income tax and property tax, but property tax will only be gotten rid of under the condition that there is a category of individuals who can purchase property. So first and foremost is US citizens, Colorado residents. If you are both of these, you get the maximum benefit, which means you can own up to 4 properties. Now, those residential properties will be single family home, duplex, triplex, or fourplex. You can also own one apartment building, which is any building with 5 or more units in the single building, and you can also own up to 40 acres of land. Now, we're going to break it down, right? So say you buy those 40 acres of land. Now, this is land to be used for farming or whatever, right? We also need to reconnect the land, water, and mineral rights because I don't know, things have just gotten messed up through that complications. So we need to reset, right? A lot of things need to be reset, especially because uh well, it's essentially priced out the younger generation, those turning 18, those now 18 up to 25. Those are you starting out. So here's the breakdown though, right? So we're limiting and price capping though. So it's limited, US citizen, four houses. Now those houses, single, do, try, fourplex, apartment building, 5 or more units, residential units in a single building, and 40 acres of land. So say I buy my 40 acres of land. I put a house on there. Well, guess what? I have the 40 acres of land plus I have the house. Now, in the city, it's not going to count because the city is not going to have large acreages of land available. So I can then own three fourplexes and an apartment building in the city. That is the limit. So yeah, you can own plenty, right? That is plenty. But oh, and the other thing too, right? You can also own condos. A condo will also be considered like a single family home, right? So it goes single family home, duplex, triplex, fourplex, condos, right? So if you and like a bunch of people own the building together, well, you're now in like a board of the place where you all live, right? But this time is different. A board of directors is different for this one because, well, you live here. You're making decisions for yourselves, not for other people. So that's fine. right? You sell your property, uh, you're selling your stake in the thing. That's fine, right? You can move around, do whatever, get to know your neighbors, get to know your fellow American, your Coloradans, all that stuff, right? But say, yeah, I own the 40 acres. I put a fourplex on there. So I now have the 40 acres of land plus one of the buildings. Then say I own a condo in, say instead of Colorado Springs, but say I own a condo in Denver, right? That's another second property that I own. And then say I own a third property in Aspen, right? Because there's more mixed units, more slightly higher density. And by slightly higher, I mean no more than 4 stories tall, 4 levels. So the main level, first level, could be used as still residential, or businesses could be down there, right? Second floor would be residential units. Third and fourth floor, same thing, residential. Even those could be some offices, but then under an office, you're also limited, right? You can own 4 businesses. These would be non-residential properties. But same thing. Say I have one in a subway in Colorado Springs, one in Pueblo, one in Denver, and then one in Grand Junction, right? Because those are the 4 biggest cities we have. I'd like to make a fifth one out towards like Lyman area, and then several other small villages, but connect everything via train. Now, moving back to the property, right? Say that's what I own, right? I own the different condos or different houses in different cities, right? So say I'm in Colorado Springs with my 40 acres of land, I and my house, so that's already one house down, but I can only own 4, so I can still own 3 more. I can own a condo in say Aspen, a house near Denver, and then a house in say Grand Junction, right? So that is all. And then I have say uh one apartment also in Colorado Springs. That's everything that I can own. So the next person can own the same. Now, multiple people can be multiple owners of said building. So say there is a 6 unit apartment building that yourself uh, and say 5 friends own together, right? Well, collectively, each of you have already owned one apartment building. So say I own the apartment building, but it's also in the name of my brother and then my cousin. So that counts for each one of us as the apartment. Say we also own the 40 acres of land together. Well, that's their 40 acres of land already counted for. So it's now, for example, say I have children, right? Those children also own their 4 properties, their land, plus that apartment building. If they own the fifth property, then that property would then be subject to property tax again. But the property tax is 100% of the stated value per year. Now that stated value is gonna change and vary, but say for example, a 4 bedroom, 3 bath house would then be at $80,000, right? 80K. So that's the limit. This means that if you go to then sell this house, because say you're now old, your kids have moved out or whatever, right? You have to sell it for 80,000. But you can also will it to your children. But if they own, they're already 4, then this would then make it their fifth, and then they would have to pay the $80,000 a year for owning this property. Maybe not the full 80,000. We'll do a fourth of that. Say they got to pay 1/4 of the property value per year, so 20K, right? Let's delete all this. 20,000 divided that by 12. That's like 1,600 a month. Evil number. We'll round it up to 1,700, right? 1,700. That's how much you would have to pay per month owning that fifth property. Now, if you sell that property within a year, we will reverse what is owed on the property tax. But after that second year, you would then be assessed all the back tax. So let's say this times 24. Well, guess what? You now owe $40,800 for continuing to maintain more properties than you should, or more than what is legal. And again, these are my children who would have to pay it if I give it to them, and they are decide, hey, you know what? I'm going to keep it. But then we also got to take a look at, say, that $80,000 house, right? We divide that by, say, 20 years. That's $4,000 a year. And then divide that one more time by, say, the 12 months. That's $333. So it would essentially create heavy competition for apartments or for rental places, because you could own a place for, say, the $333 a month, equaling out to 4,000 a year or $80,000 over 20 years. You can also pay it off sooner. I don't care. That's up to you, right? So that is a limitation. Now, as a benefit, because I understand people still want to make some money. So what we'll do is that 80,000. And what I'm going to offer is to you young individuals, right? And this is going to be very, very, very insanely specific, right? Because it has to be, because I want to promote marriage, children, Christendom, right? And Christendom is marriage. It is the man who leads, the wife who follows the man's lead, and then together they raise children. And those children become better individuals. And then so your children are not priced out, it's trapped at the 80,000. So what's going to happen is if you are a young married couple, and again, marriage is between male and female in the Christian ideology, or the Christian truth, right? Because that's the only way to have children. Beyond that, you shouldn't be having sex, right? I'm not. And this is voluntary. I'm not entertaining women because I, I don't know, it's too much time has passed, basically, right? But I'm gonna make sure that doesn't pass for you guys. So you're married, right? You're 18, you got married, you're working in a trade, right? You and your wife can take out a interest-free loan for the $80,000. Now, once this $80,000 loan has been repaid, then you'll gain a benefit. But what's going to happen is that we will match that $80,000 within the investment fund. Again, 20% in the large indexes and the other 80% in the US or in the Colorado state bond debt. Uh, after, and of course, you can also buy a house yourself, but there will be interest on that. And again, I'm not talking like annual percentage interest. I mean, say there's a 5% interest, $4,000, you will pay $84,000 total. No annual interest mortgage heights or anything like that. That noise, no, that gets erased. And the reason I'm not concerned about that is because, say, we will then take that 84,000, the $80,000, which is again still the price of the home, right? That is what it is priced at. So if you have the 80,000, you could buy it outright. But you're also limited, so that's why it's not like, oh, an individual can own 500 properties and then there's no sales tax, and then he can just will it to his children forever. No, that's going to create land barons, which is, I will agree with this. No kings. No king should be here. And a king is really just someone who owns a bunch of property, like the European or Saudi monarchies. That's just what they do. They're just landowners, land barons more than anything. And that needs to be done away with entirely. People should also only be able to vote if they are invested within the state. And for you to be invested, you actually have to be able to own. And so to be ensure that, the most people are in it is to, do these things. So we will take that 80,000, right? So that's where we're at now. 80,000, right? As an individual, you can only get 25% of this one, right? So divided by four, you get, so your investment return would be based off of the 20,000 that is invested, right? So that's the income percentage that you would get off of the full 80,000, right? You get 25% of it, the state gets the other 75%. If you're married, you get an additional 15%, right? And that would bring you up to 40% of what you were getting. So again, 80,000 by 4. Ooh, wrong mathematics. 32,000. That would be the investment return that you then get. And again, it's going to be in an account under the homeowner's name. That's where all that money is going to be getting put into, right? The 80,000 itself that is held as the copy of the value of the home, this will be reinvested into itself, but into the Colorado fund, so this way it can then function to cover other things, the trains, medical care, so on and so forth, schools, food, maintenance, upgrades, hospitals, all that stuff, right? Now, the other part, because again, I want to maintain families, you will get an additional 10% of this 80,000 up to a maximum of 4 per child. So 10% per child with the same partner. So here's a quick example, right? Say I have 2 wives. I'm using Islam as the example in this one. But say I have 2 wives, right? I have child with one, child with another. I, at that point, have 2 children, but I only get that credit from one of these children. So say I then have 2 children, say wife number one, I have 1 child with, but wife number two, I have 3 children with. Well, at that point, I'm still only eligible for the 30%. So let's switch it up. Say it is me and the one wife, the one who gifted me these things, because she's the one my heart yearns for. We'll move beyond that though. Say we have 4 kids, right? Which is the maximum benefit that you can get. But say we even have 7 kids, right? Or 10, because I would like 10 children myself, but whatever. Um, the tax credit will only be up to or not really a tax credit, but the investment credit will only be for counting up to 4 kids. So I that then brings up to a total of 80%. So say of this 80,000 by that 0.8 would equal $64,000 worth of investment income that you will make. Now that investment income is both dividends or interest to be repaid. All of that will be held into an account, and then you can start using it when you turn age 50. It'll be like another form of retirement thing. Now, of course, you can also have like an IRA and stuff still, 401ks, whatever, all that stuff can still exist, but this will just be one that gives you a benefit on the home. Now, for example, you own this home for a while, right? You've paid off the 80,000, you have your wife and your 4 kids, or say you and your wife and you have your 4 kids, you both own the home, cool. When you go to sell your home, or say you then will it to your children, right? Uh, Say I will it to my children. Say I only have 1 child. So I will it to my child. They won't pay any tax, right? They will also get the investment income money that was made, and it'll just reset. Now, by resetting, right? Say they've made $50,000, right? So essentially, it's the 80,000 plus the 50,000 is cash that you can now use in whatever it is that you need to use it for, or whatever you want to use it for. Or you say you can even invest it further, start your own business, save it for your kids. I'm a fix college too. I'm a fix education. I'm a fix everything, right? But you can use that money on whatever you want. Or you reach age 50, you can then start using it for whatever you want to use it for, because it's your money. There you go. Bam. Now, if you then end up using all that money and end up not leaving any of that money for your kids, but you leave them the house, well, guess what? They still got the house with no taxes they have to pay on that house or any of the stuff that you give them, so long as they are not over that threshold themselves. Which, if they are, of course, they can sell, but then at that point, oh, I got to sell this house, or I got to sell one of the other houses because I want to keep my dad's house. I sell the other one, also sell it for 80K. Well, guess what? I now have $80,000, also tax free, that you can use on whatever it is that you want to use it for, right? So that's that limitation. Now, the second one is if you are a U.S. citizen but not a Colorado resident, or if you are a permanent resident of the United States and a resident of the state of Colorado. You are both equal when it comes to this. You can own one property and up to 5 acres of land. Simple as is, right? Now, that one property can be a single family home, duplex, triplex, fourplex, condo, and then, of course, 5 acres of land as your max. So, is what it is. But same thing will qualify for here, right? If you purchase the home, you are a permanent resident. We assume that you're going to become a citizen. If not, and you end up not renewing your thing, and you end up going back to your home country, well, that home will still be sold for the 80K. Will still sell off and return to you whatever investment income plus the cost of the home, because again, or however much you paid towards the home. So there's no way that we're going to allow ourselves to be stolen from, but we're also not going to let those outside the nation. So if you're a non-resident, non-citizen, you don't get to own anything because you're not going to be invested here. You're going to be invested in your home nation. If you're a dual citizen, you also qualify for as if a citizen but non-resident, or permanent resident citizen, or permanent resident of the United States and resident of the state, right? So if you're a dual citizen, you're going to be treated the same as not having full allegiance to the United States. So that's where you can own one property plus 5 acres of land. Fuck you. Now again, non-citizen, non-resident, non-human entity, we can't own anything. We're going to take our land back from China, from the UAE, from everybody, because it is supposed to benefit us here in the United States, here in Colorado. That's a big one. That's a huge one. That's probably the biggest one out there, but consider it like this. There's still a benefit for owning a home because you have a place to live. It's also way affordable, super cheap. You can pay it off and you can still get that investment income because it's still connected to the investment system, right? That is created and controlled by the Treasury of Colorado. And to work for the government of Colorado, because again, to work for Colorado, to be part of Colorado, you have to be a resident of Colorado for a minimum of, say, 3 years. And then you must sign an oath to Jesus, the U.S. Constitution, and Colorado, along with all her people. If you don't, get out. You have no reason to be here. So utilities. So that's how we're going to make some money. The investment, the housing reform is happening there, right? So those are two big things, right? You can own a home, and now employment. There's got to be a way that people can work. So I want to support local manufacturing and local small scale hobby farming, regenerative farming, novel farming practices, right? Like geothermal uh, greenhouses and whatnot. So we can grow tropical stuff in Colorado and still be able to also still benefit from, say, the rest of the United States. I'm not saying that we're going to do this to replace things in the United States, but to maybe to replace things that are being grown in more tropical areas, not subtropic like, say, Florida or southern Texas or southern California, but I'm talking like actual tropical places, right? We can do that. So we can grow like chocolate, coffee, vanilla, uh, all the stuff that we need to here, right? I still want to have deals and stuff with other nations, but we should not be reliant upon them for our food, right? Yeah, if we have extra food, we can export it, sell it, provide it for the schools, which is why, again, as the state, we will be ensuring, students are taken care of. Because well, actually, let's take it back. First thing is going to be education. I will say the first thing that we need to do is that we need to move away from the Rockefeller uh, style of education, the standardized testing model that we are under, because it does not function to create intelligent people to run the future. It creates workers, employees. Excellent for that. Not what I want. We're moving away from it. We're moving to Montessori across the state. So teachers are going to be retrained. Uh, no teachers unions, right? We will ensure that those, and again, because the home prices are more affordable, and then we have those schools, well, we can, you as the mother, or even as the stay-at-home father, if you want to be, however you're going to do it, you can be involved in the Montessori education system. So that way it's not just at the school, but it's also at home. It becomes the new standard for us to create smarter, well adjusted, capable individuals, capable new adults, because we also have to respect children because they are the future And we're not going to treat them as, oh, coddled little infants that need to be taken care of. No, we're going to treat them as recruits that we have to train and turn into a vision of what we want to see for the future. Yes, their individualism must still be protected because that individualism is what creates innovation. It's like, I see this thing, how can I fix this thing for myself, and how can other people benefit from it, right? That's my opinion on it. But that's what we'll do. We could very well even streamline the education system to get people graduated by around 15, 16 years old, right? From there, you're still considered a teenager, but you can also then join the guilds. Now, I want to turn those old failing malls into guild halls. I think I went over this one already, but this would include not only, it would be a trade guild, basically. So the trades would include, of course, electrical, plumbing, HVAC, but we'll add into that haircuts, tailoring, so, like making clothes, leather working, leather tanning, woodworking, glass blowing, uh, metal fabrication, such as milling machines, lathes, all that stuff. We will have it set up and ready to go for you to learn and be trained on as we also, you know, take the people who are willing to teach others to teach others. And then we would ask you, as in joining that guild, to then help teach others as well. Because remember, these are people who are going to be working with you or as a rival, and you can respect a rival. You don't have to hate your enemy like Trump. I dislike that about him. But you need to consider your opponent is not your enemy. Now, yes, you can have enemies, but that's a very different subject. This is someone actively trying to steal from you or take from what you have. Your opponent is just someone that you are against. It is competition, and competition is good. But this way, you can learn from them, they can learn from you. And the other thing, we also need to fix the copyright system. It should only be, I would say, 20 years, after which everything becomes public domain. This way, like Disney can't continue to own its monopoly, and I will say monopoly on all of the other stuff just because they happen to have the money. They have essentially locked away creativity behind the ultimate paywall, the legal wall of, oh, we'll sue the shit out of you if you use this to create something else. Like Mickey Mouse. Steamboat Mickey's now public domain, but all the other ones aren't. So, and that's what creates resentment. We got to get rid of that because you as the youth, you're creative, you're ready and capable, and I want to ensure that you and your children and your children's children have the better life that I was honestly beaten out of me. But it's back. I've gotten hope, and again, that is through the glory and grace and justice of Jesus Christ. What else is there? Right, housing reform. So we got how the state's going to make money to be able to pay for a bunch of this stuff, but how you're also going to benefit from it through that investment fund and also the bank. So we're going to also be installing trains for transportation, which is also going to include the zoning reform to allow for mixed use trains. So this way, the state, and I'm not talking the 15-minute city, no, I'm talking the state can become walkable, right? You could go from the furthest point south, which I will say will be Walsenburg, to the furthest point north, which would be like Fort Collins. And you would not need to drive. Sure, it would take like a couple hours because it's a very long distance and the train still has to make its stops and whatnot. But you could, for example, go from Walsenburg, which is hella south, all the way up to Aspen to go snowboarding for the weekend, and then take the train from. And again, it'd be like an overnight trip. So you take the train, say Friday, because it'll be running until about 2 a.m. Here's my idea for this train system, right? It will be a combination of automated system plus manual intervention, right? Two things working together. Those trains will run from 6 a.m. to 2 a.m. They will be closed for 4 hours, so that way we can go down there and make sure the tracks and all the walls and everything are running good. If any repairs need to happen, we can then do those repairs, or we can schedule them to then happen the next time, right? Efficiency is key. Japan, I love you for this one. You are efficient, and that's what we need to emulate here. Efficiency, greatness, and built to last. That's what America needs to. We need to bring that back. 100%. That's where the guilds, the trade guilds, will come into play because this will bring back manufacturing. And also, the smaller scale hobby farms, which again can be used with the zoning reform, would then be connected to with the trains. So there will be trains that will transport people. And then once during the non super busy hours, you can also transport goods on those trains. Like say you got like a cooler box that you're taking on a dolly with you or what have you, right? That can be transported on the train. Now, certain bigger things, yeah, those would still be on the road, but that's why we're not going to get rid of cars. We're actually going to make the roads better so that way those cars and motorcycles can also get around. Now, the other thing I really want to do is I also would like more people to be on motorcycles. To do so, I would say that, and also to make sure that people who are driving are capable of driving. Uh, First, to get your driver's license, you must pass the motorcycle rider's test. Now, before any of you say anything, we have three-wheeled tricycle motorcycles. So there is no excuse for you to not be able to learn what is required to ride a motorcycle. Once you have ridden the motorcycle, you can see, oh, I am exposed. I am out in the world. There's no cage around me. Therefore, I have to be more vigilant. Then that will then translate over into a car because you're sure your car might be a shell around you, but it's only so strong. And now you have the capability, the wherewithal, your sensory ability, your what is it, situational awareness. You're paying attention. You know how to drive better because of this. Now, I also want to make racetracks, like 7 racetracks, each one to because again, we're bringing back manufacturing, and so to truly support manufacturing, we do need multiple things. So yes, racetracks, and we'll have like 7 of them, one in each state or one in each city. So that's already 5 big cities that I want to have, plus 2 additional ones, which will just be more so for another group. But anyone can use them still, right? They will just be different shaped tracks, so we can train more people in rally driving. Again, kind of like Norway and Switzerland because they're very mountainous places. We're also mountains. We also get snow. We can do things better. But this way, people can learn how to drive on snow, how to drive in more inclement environments, and then that would make better, safer drivers. Now, because you also have the train, you don't have to drive if you don't want to. But if you want to, you can. So I'm not taking anything away. I'm just giving you the option, right? So, uh, you got your car, you're learning to drive, you're doing all that stuff. Excellent. Now, because not everyone needs to drive, a lot of people can be on the trains. Now, the trains will be very secure, very safe. We will have plenty of, uh, I'll say security, because I have another plan that we'll get to in just a second. We will also bring about mutual combat and constitutional carry, right? If someone encroaches upon you and you tell them, hey, I'm giving you a warning, step away, you take a step back, they step towards you, then you can say, I accept your challenge for mutual combat, and then you can fight it out. Yeah. So you can defend people. You can defend yourself, you can defend others. Do it. You have that complete and unalienable right by our Creator. Again, read the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. This way, gentlemen like Daniel Penny can be lauded as a hero by the state for protecting someone. And I'll even say this: if that ends up happening, and then someone tries to sue you, be like, "Oh, you murdered my child, so I'm suing you for money." Well, guess what? You will now be able to countersue them for them being such a shitty person, raising such a horrible child that you had to put them down. Again, all of this is going to require legal changes as well, right? So we'll get to that in a bit. So again, these are just currently like what, three things: how the state's getting paid, the zoning reforms, and then the train, which all the stuff that's connected to the train. Now, oh, and education, right? Because education is also connected to the train. So as a student, you do gotta you gotta you can take the train for free, right? You're a student, you're fine, right? But that would start at age 10, where you can then go by yourself. You can go with parents before then, but we'll figure something out, right? Because again, you are capable individuals, and it is our job as the older generation to help take care of you, but not to hinder you by coddling you, to not enable you, and to not beat you down like the boomers beat us down, or their I don't want to say coddling, but their Munchausen syndrome, which has then really caused them to beat us down for their own, so they could gain sympathy, right? We need to break everything that the boomers have done. So those four. Oh, education. Oh yeah, and also employment, because that's the guilds, right? We will bring back local manufacturing. Uh, with more training courses and stuff like that, uh, they'll be cheap, right? Like $25 a class, and each teacher is allowed to take no more than 10 students, and not allowed to run for, like, it has to be streamlined, right? No wasted, let me talk. No, it's $25 per student per class. The class will be as long as you need it to be, but I would say it's got to be a minimum time of, say, 30 minutes. Maximum time, whatever. But again, it is up to the individual. And then you, as the student, will be able to rate the teacher. If you complete the course, or if you say you drop out of their course, whatever, that's fine. There won't be certificates. It'll just be training, because we're going to trust that all of you, I'm trusting you. So it is up to you whether or not you will break that trust. If you break that trust, you might be exiled. Oh, the other thing, I want to shut down the for-profit prison system. We're going to move towards actual rehabilitation slash sequestering, because I understand there are certain people who cannot, like a child rapist, cannot be reformed. I would rather dump them in the ocean with cement shoes, as called for in the Bible, but we'll lock them away, right? They will be a slave. Again, read the Constitution. The 13th Amendment abolished slavery from the individual. So I, as a person, am not allowed to own slaves, but the state can make you a slave as a form of punishment. And again, we need to be sure that the laws work, that everyone can understand. So we're going to move away from Black's Law and then move it towards, say, the Merriam-Webster Dictionary, something that all of us will learn. A lot of us already know, but yeah, we're moving away from that legal ease to make sure that everyone can understand. If anyone decides to go against that, well, they're gonna be disbarred, or at least removed from the state of Colorado. They'll kick you out. Because the other thing is that, yeah, certain people do need to be removed from Colorado. These are those who refuse to abide by the rules and the ways that we have it in Colorado, because this is what we agreed upon. So this is those people who are like scammers, thieves, perverts, people doing too much, right? Doing bad, evil things, and they don't see themselves as doing those bad, evil things. But if we kick them out and then ban them for, say, 5 years, oh, this is a very clear warning. Like, hey, you do that shit again and you're done. You're never allowed to come back to Colorado. And then, whatever state they end up in next, they will realize, oh, the same thing could happen here, so I need to quit acting a fool. Because we are supposed to be a Christian moral nation. Because morals come from God. Jesus is God taking human form to suffer as humans suffer. He did a lot of suffering in like that day. But then he freed us from this. And that's how we need to live. So yeah, anti-Israel, anti-Islam, anti-Hindu, anti-Buddhism, anti-agnostic atheist, anti I mean all truly if you're a pagan, understand that you are doing your ancestors a massive uh, slight against them by not converting to Christianity. Like Vikings, the favorite pastime of the Vikings, converting to Christianity. The favorite pastime of the Franks from French and the Germans and all of them, Christianity, 100%, 110,000%. The Spanish, Christianity, Jesus. They was even brought over. Which again, I as a Mexican, I will say this: thank you to you Spaniards for bringing forth Christianity and Jesus to stop the Mexica from continuing their human sacrifice and cannibalism. Thank you for freeing us. I appreciate you. Now it's my turn to return the favor, but I have such a small voice. Unless, of course, you're all willing to support me. And también hablo español, so we can get all over the place where we need to, right? I'd also like to learn German because, again, as a Mexican, thank you, Germany. Because again, as a Mexican, y'all should know we throw down on accordions and beer. And who has the accordions and beer? Germans. So thank you, Germany. Oh, and all the pork stuff. Oh, 100%. My people, I wanna help you, Germans. You were abused and ethnically cleansed for a majority part of it. And I mean, you don't see it because you don't have freedom to question. Here you will. Uh, Now, for medical things, right? Because we also have to be able to handle medicine. So, for Colorado, we will build, in conjunction with three massive cathedrals, facing we'll figure out how to face them, but they probably need to have the windows to the east so that way the sun shines in, or it needs to be turned around so the doors and opens, and then the east can enter into the building and then shine through the thing, right? What have you. Oh, zoning reform. There's another thing I also want to cover. Specifically for like Colorado Springs, or really anywhere that we can. But Colorado Springs, as this example, all of the roads that are facing east-west, I want them to be turned a little bit so that way every single straight line headed east-west is looking at the mountain. So Pikes Peak will be the tip and it'll come out radially from there. But because it's such a long distance, they'll feel kind of straight line-ish again, right? And we'll do the same thing all for all the other cities to make sure that we still have views of the mountain because I'll be real with you, the mountain is definitely like a safety blanket because you are never truly lost if you can see the mountain. Because if you know, hey, I'm on the eastern side, which means if I'm looking, if the mountain is to my left, then I know I am looking north. If the mountain is to my right, I am looking south. If I am looking at the mountain, I am headed west. If the mountain is at my back, I am headed east. So again, you're not lost if you know where the mountain is. And we need to preserve that mountain view. Also, it's beautiful. Who doesn't love nature? I love nature. I know people who don't love nature. I think you suck. So I'm going to protect nature here. Because the other thing I would love to see happen is a return to a nomadic lifestyle within the United States. Now, this would mean a harmonious nomadic lifestyle. So if you want to go and abscond off and live in the wilderness, you can live in the wilderness as a nomad. You can hunt your animals, you can tan your stuff, you can live in like teepees, wigwams, mobile tents, what have you. And if you do end up, hunting down some animals, well, guess what? You can then take your pelts. It also, again, has to be careful because we cannot destroy nature. We have to live in harmony with it because, I mean, beef is delicious. Uh, buffalo, bison, also delicious. And we also have the entire abundance of the mountain that we should have access to. This would be like pinyon nuts, other types of nuts, funguses, herbs, plants, things unfound, things that we can eat. That's why we have to protect nature. As well, I also want to stop the cloud spraying, the weather modification technology. No more HARP, no more cloud sprays, none of that garbage, right? Nature must be protected. And the way we do that is with the zoning reform, the education reform, so people know about it. Uh, and the hospitals, of course, we will work our way backwards, along with the cathedrals, which I have something else for the cathedrals, but we'll get to that in just a second. So the hospitals, we will build new state-of-the-art hospitals designed to designed for the future, right? Something that can be upgraded, maintained, well taken care of, and to provide good services for the people. And for the people, this means that you can also work at the hospital. Now, the way we'll figure out this whole payment structure is that we will work backwards. Well, I guess forward, right? So we will see the cost of materials, how long those materials last for, if say they're consumables, how much it would cost to pay for not only the doctors and nursing, but also the support staff, like the maintenance, the housekeeping, the cooks, the people who keep it clean, who keep people fed, and who keep things running. Because again, it's the support for everything. So both of these groups must be, well protected and well taken care of, but not so much so at the expense of the people, your fellow Americans, your fellow Coloradans that we are supposed to help, right? Uh, so all hospitals will be required to have their prices readily and easily accessible, and then we can work backwards to figure out how much it costs for the materials, how much it costs to pay for everything at a zero zero gain. Once we have this number, to treat it as a non-profit because they're not making any profit, then we will go 5% over that. Now, the reason we're going into that 5% over is because that will also be added into the Colorado Investment Fund under its own specific health savings category. This is where it comes in with the bank as well. So through the bank, you can have your checking account, a savings account, and a health savings account. Now, bank account, regular bank account, savings account is what would be considered like an IRA you can hold with us. The savings account is where you can do your fractional reserve, where both of us benefit. We'll get to that again in a second, because again, everything is so convoluted as they have it set that I now have to create a big old convoluted, interconnected thing, but I have to explain to you how it works so that way you can follow along with me. So I end up repeating things, and it sounds like I ramble, and I do apologize. If any of you, please, the one viewer, if you're there with me, if you have any questions, please let me know. I am more than happy to give any sort of clarity on this one as to how they would each individually function and how they, work together. So again, through the bank, you have those three accounts. Bank account, which is where you can receive a check, it's free. Savings account, that's where you can put your money if you want to go into the fractional reserve where you can then get a return, but this is also going to be locked uh, for a certain time, right? It will be kind of like the IRA or the 401k where you put money into it, you then get money back, but this is money that you can pull your savings out of, but not the money that it has earned until you have reached a certain age threshold. And then the third one is going to be that health savings account, right? And the health savings account. So here's the way it's going to work. The money that's in your checking account is just your money in your checking account. You can use it to either withdraw or pay with a card, right? You can take the cash out or you can use your card to pay for things. And then remember, the payment processing system means that 0.9 cents that's left over is taken by us. Remember, we are the state. Like Robin Hood, that extra like half a penny is put into the fund, and then say another person's also half paying makes the 1 penny, and that's put into the fund as well. So that's that investment side of it. Likewise, the hospital will have its own investment part of it because this will be connected to the health savings account. That's where that 5% comes into play to build up that fund so you can save money within that fund, and that fund you'll get 90% of whatever money you put into it as far as, and again, this is the investment return because we still have to make that nest egg larger, right? It has to be big enough to be able to support all of us because it's also going to support you, support me, support our neighbors, support your children, support your children's children, your nieces, nephews, cousins, mother-in-law, father-in-law, siblings-in-law, your neighbors. And we're missing a third spot, which is where the whole zoning reform is coming into play. But we've gone over that. So that's what we'll do. It'll be 5% over for the cost of things to the materials, and then services. We will figure out the zero sum to make it nonprofit, then 5% over. That 5% will go into the investment fund. If you want to put money into your health savings account, which can be used anytime you need to use it for any health purposes, excellent. There you go. Able to have happen. The savings account again is going to be the in investment, the fractional reserve banking for like business loans and whatnot. And again, we're going to be careful with this one to make sure that people who are going to be starting this business are supported to them be able to make return. And if it's even small scale businesses, that's fine, right? Like small scale manufacturing, you can take out a loan to get, say, a milling machine and then start doing some milling machine projects and stuff on your own. And then as you start to make money, well, you just pay back that loan. And that loan is going to have, again, say 5% interest, but there's no annual interest, so it's not going to increase over year. Like say you just, again, solid 80,000 plus the loan of 5%, your 84,000 is your total repayment, right? Yeah. But with all this, the local farms able to transport food, still have cars, you can transport food if you need to. More fuel efficient vehicles. I really want that to happen. Or I guess smaller vehicles, because we don't need those big ass trucks. They're worthless, right? We just need the smaller trucks, the K trucks. I love those things. They're great. Uh, so we got how the state's making money. We got the trains, the transportation, plus the zoning reform. I guess the zoning reform will be its own thing. The housing reform, I should say. So bank, transportation, uh, housing reform, zoning/zoning reform, medical, education. Oh, and then finally, again, I don't know if you've read it, so I will read it for us right now. The Bill of Rights. The 10 original amendments to the Constitution of the United States, passed by Congress September 25th, 1978, ratified December 15th, 1791. So 1789 is when it was written, passed, ratified 1791. As we all know, First Amendment, Congress shall make no law. Uh, wait a minute. Congress shall make no law respecting unestablished, oh, respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free expression thereof or abridging the freedom of speech. Again, abridging. No hate speech does not exist here. Or of the press. So, and again, this is any of that. Or the right of the people to peaceably, the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances, right? That's the First Amendment. Second Amendment. Listen to the first part. A well regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, comma. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Now, here is how I read this one. And you can agree to disagree, but this is what I am going with, and this is what I believe many people will agree with, actually. A well regulated militia, well regulated in ye olden speak, means well trained and well equipped. So, we will replace the current existing emergency services, all of them, police, fire, EMTs, state troopers, forest rangers, right? Those are the big services that we have, right? That will be replaced by the Colorado militia. Now, the militia will be as follows, because the militia does have a lot of stuff behind it as well. Everything has a lot of stuff behind it, right? You want my slogan? rebuild Colorado. We can. We can rebuild it. We can build a better future for us, for our children. We can, for our children's children, for our children's children's children, out all the way up to say 500 years, right? We can continue this. We just have to set things up for them to benefit, but also not let them get soft. And so this is where the reserve or the militia comes into play. We will have two forms of militia members. We will have active duty militia, and then we will have reservist militia. Now, the active duty, and here's the other thing, right? I, as governor, would wish to recall all Colorado residents, U.S. citizens who are in the military. There's no active war. Because let's ask the question: is the United States currently at war? Is the United States, we're not a democracy, we are a constitutional republic, at war? Declared by Congress. Yeah, that's the 11th one. But currently, as far as I understand, we're not at war. So we're gonna bring back all of our soldiers, right? All the Americans, all of the Colorado residencies, right? All of you can come back. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna start breaking it down, right? So first we're gonna move to the EMTs, right? EMT and fire rescue is where the majority of people will end up because to be a cop, you gotta to be the MP, you're definitely gonna become the tip of the spear, not just here, but because again, there's a lot to it, so just follow along. So first we're gonna bring them back, and then, like I said, they will replace everything: police, fire, EMTs, ambulances, uh, state troopers, and forest rangers, right? So, under this, it's again going to be very Colorado specific, but their training itself will be, the first aid, medical as is needed, any firearms training, and then uh, martial arts training as well, right? I like judo and wrestling. I believe that came out to Sambo. If anything, I would say we should focus more on freestyle American wrestling as the preferred self-defense for Colorado. But again, mutual combat, so you can reach out to a militia MP, so militia police again MP, right? And be like, we have agreed to mutual combat, and then that's what they'll do. They'll just be a referee. They'll watch y'all fight each other, and if you decide, oh, if he sees that, oh, the dude's down, I'll break up the fight. This way, you're not killing people just out on the street. Now, of course, self-defense is a different thing, right? But if two people just want to fight it out, you can fight it out. But if you're actually defending yourself, yeah, you can take that person out because obviously they don't care about your life, so you shouldn't care about their life. Try and keep them alive if you can, but sometimes really it's the tragic reality of it that certain people will fight to the death. Therefore, you must be ready to also fight them to the death because they'll fight to kill you. You should fight to protect yourself, and if that means killing them, whatever, right? Well, they'll murder you because you're innocent, but you will kill them because they are an attacker, right? But uh, police will have to be well, and again, the militia, anyone in Colorado, whether you want to be a part of the government itself or in the militia, whether it be active or reserve, you must sign an oath again to Jesus because we are a Christian nation and we need to return to such to actually show the world what a true Christian nation can do right now, right? This will be wholly based off of the Bible, and I will even give the stuff that's needed for y'all to see this. But you must understand the law, and you must also be trained in how to use the stuff, right? Uh, so you'll understand law, and basically the police is going to be what is the equivalent of special forces, right? Special forces are going to be extra well trained, extra well equipped, and then partnered to be able to handle most things that would need to happen here. Then, of course, we'll have EMTs and then fire rescue. Again, also still trained uh, for firefights as needed because you're still a militia, but you'll also still get. So here's the way it's going to break down. It's going to start off EMTs, right? The EMT is the basic. So you'll know how to use your weapons, how to do team tactics, but mainly medical care, right? Like pararescue. That's kind of what the EMTs are going to be. Pararescue. Well, there'll be a step above, so you'll have the EMTs, and then you'll have the flight for life helicopter, plane people. Those will be the pararescue, and the other one will just be like regular EMT. And then you'll have fire rescue as well, right? Both of these will be trained on their individual things. So medical will be medical, right? And also still some defensive tactics, firearm stuff. Fire rescue will be, well, fire rescue plus still security tactics because still militia. We are not only capable of doing all the stuff, we are also going to need to, take care of stuff. So firefighters, fire rescue will also be a form of special force, right? Then there will be cops who will just be entirely made of that special force, right? Which means you have to be trained not only in medical, like basic first aid, like survival first, like you have to be able to save someone, right? You also must meet standards for combat firearms, de-escalation tactics, and then like SWAT training, right? They'll be like the Green Berets, the Delta Spec Ops dudes is what the police will be. Now, it will be fully volunteer. This way we can keep corrupt police unions out of it. There's a whole way we're going to pay for it too, right? But if you are an active duty member, you will be provided, and again, I love wool. Wool is great. You will be given uh, a woolen base layer, right? Of a shirt, pants, socks, gloves, and a balaclava. You'll get two of them per year. You want to buy more, you can buy more. You will get like 7 changes of clothes, but this will all be standard issue, right? So you'll have your active uniform, your training uniform, and then I also do want to provide uh, like lots of linen sheets and stuff. So people will have to be taken out of their wool and put into the linen sheets and beds in hospitals and stuff. I want to get rid of as much plastic as I can because it's toxic and also fix the whole lighting thing. Like I have a white light. I hate it. I hate those bright ass lights on cars as well. I hate the purple lights that are kind of coming through. They mean something. I just don't know what it is. I haven't read through the book of dirty electricity yet, but I guarantee that purple light is doing something and they're not telling us because also a lot of people are not educated enough. So that's active duty, right? And of course, you'll be paid, you'll get housing, you'll get stuff taken care of for you because you are providing this. And you will be paid at a probably 1/4 of this per year. I think I did the math yesterday on it. It was like 1,600, so it's 1,000, sorry, $16,800 a year. That would technically be enough for you to only pay 1/5 of that per month, or no, 1,700. But damn it, my thing's getting battery low. Give me a second. I got to plug myself in. My battery's low. Where was I? Right, the militia. Now, militia will also get an ID card. That ID card, and honestly, this is the other thing too, I want to definitely implement, is going to be just your ID itself. This ID will cover not only your identification, but it'll also, in the military militia ID, will also grant you free access to the trains, free access to training sites, right, and facilities for the militia, which will include like shooting ranges, gyms, dojos, uh, wrestling gyms, what have you, right? Ranges. I think I already said ranges. And driving courses, right? Like all those racetracks I want to make, you'll also get free access to those. But of course, you will have to complete certain things. But it also cover like hunting, fishing, camping, free access to state parks, all that stuff, right? Now, the reserve militia will also have that same card, but the reserve, you have to meet certain training requirements, right? If you don't, after 6 months, your militia ID will then become null and void, and then you'll have to wait 1 year before you can sign up for the militia as a reservist again. Now, even for the reserves, we will also be providing, the wool, shirt, pants, socks, balaclava, but you'll only get one as a reservist. So actually, the active will get three, the reserves will get one. If you want to buy more, you can buy more, right? Same thing though with like shoes, the clothes that go over your wool, uh, necessities like tampons, pads, all that stuff will be handled by us because we're also going to have our own farms. And that's the thing. Active duty will not be working on the farms every now and again, but the reservists will also be helping on the farms. You will help create the stuff that is needed for us. We'll also buy from, you know, stores and whatnot, not stores, but like local farms and ranches and all that stuff for food, which will also help cover the school. And then the church will also have its farm as well. And the church, I'll get to that one in a second. Again, Church of Jesus Christ, not Mormon, not Latter-day Saints, just Jesus, right? So the militia. Again, replacing all that stuff. But the reserves, and here's the benefit that the reservists will get to kind of help incentivize you guys to get trained. Every time you do come for training, you will be paid. Let's say 50 bucks a day, right? 50 bucks a day that you are an active. Hold on, let's do some math on here because that's 1,700 a month, right? Divide that by 30, $56 a day. So you'll only get paid $50 a day. So say 50 times 30, you make up to 1,500 a month. But at that point, you may as well just become full time so you can make that additional 200. But even still, 50 bucks a day, and you'll be provided meals. Lunch and dinner. I don't believe in breakfast. I do believe fasting is very important for us, and we should all be fasting more often, right? Fasting, I'm doing a 24-hour daily fast, so I will only eat once a day. And that meal will consist mainly of protein, like I love beef, so I stick with steaks, but also have like eggs, sourdough, uh, and then some fruit to make sure that I'm getting all the stuff I need. I don't really believe that we need too many vegetables because they just have other minerals and stuff in higher concentrations. But I'm not really deficient in anything. I just have the gray hairs because, stress. Or maybe even a copper deficiency. But that's why I have this copper thing, right? Ooh, the other thing, and this is very, very important, mind you, because copper is very important for water quality and water purification purposes, and even just to have for general health and farming, the state will make it so where only the state can purchase copper. And then you must prove where this copper came from, whether it be from your trade or what have you, right? Or if you're modeling a house, you do still need that license to, oh, well, not really a license, but just informing us that, oh, yeah, we're remodeling the house. And so therefore, there's the possibility you can still get copper, salvage copper, and then sell it to us, and it will just be bought at, you know, 5% below the price of copper, because that's kind of how the whole thing works. And then when we sell it, we will sell it 5% above the price of copper, or it will be used for the infrastructure projects that we need to use it for, such as water lines, well, clean incoming water lines, water inside the houses, The exit water can definitely still be PVC, so we're not worried about that. But the water transportation and like the gas lines, all of that stuff can still be copper because all of that would probably be better as copper because copper is better material for that purpose. But that's definitely another thing that's happening as well. There's a lot, like I said, there's a lot that has to happen because there's just so much that's going wrong, you know? Oh, uh, the reservists, right? So you will also still get shoes. So you'll get active duty, like while you're supposed to be active, technically, like the standard issued uniform, plus an exercise uniform. And for the active duty, well, you'll get 7 pairs of each. For the reservists, you will get 2 pairs of each. Because again, you're not going to be using them all the time. That's why you also will only get that one wool, because you're only going to be using the wool really when you need to do cold gear stuff with us. If you want more for yourself, that's fine. But the other thing that's going to happen is that we will also have standard issue weapons. The four calibers that we're going to be using are going to be 9mm, 5.56, 308, and 12 gauge shotgun shells. We will also have the basic weapons for those four platforms, which will be held by us, the state. The militia will hold on to those weapons. If you have your own weapons, though, like you come in with your own kitted out self, you will still get the same 100 rounds per month for training purposes. If not, you can still get those 100 rounds, but then you come to the range, you rent out your weapon because it will be yours, your serial number attached to this weapon. So your ID attached to this weapon, I should say. So your ID will then give you these four weapons, right? A pistol, uh, a carbine, a long distance rifle, and a shotgun. Those will be the four weapons that would be issued, but they will still be held by the militia, and you will still get 100 rounds per platform to be used for training purposes. Now, should you again bring in your own equipment, say your own carbine, your own pistol, your own rifle, and your own shotgun, you can still get the 100 rounds to be used while at the range. It's not like I'm just going to give you the 100 rounds and then you can go home. No, you have to use them here. Now, if you don't use them, so say of course, there are 12 months in a year. Month one, January, you get 100 rounds. So you get a total of 1,200 rounds, but it's 100 per month. So if you don't use that 100, say, and even say January rolls around, I go out to the range, I use the full 100 rounds of the carbine, the 5.56, but I only use 50 shotgun shells and I use 20 308 rounds. And I haven't used any of my 9mm rounds, right? So it'll then just reset next month. None of it will carry over, just be another 100 rounds. And you can, of course, buy more rounds, but the other thing that's going to have to happen is that us, as the state, we're going to have to start manufacturing our own ammunition. Now, this is not to sell, but this is for us to pile for ourselves, which will then be used for the people should they need it. Now, of course, that's only in the event of an emergency, but that's also because you got to remember we would have a lot here, and if it gets destroyed, well, all of the ammo has been destroyed, so you should still buy your own. Have your own ammo, have your own weapons, have your own stuff. We will provide to you as much as we can, but you still must be able to pick it up at any moment, notice, and then go protect your home. Because again, looking back to the Bible, you can only really protect, or you only really own what you can protect. Because think about it like this. If a nation gets conquered, it means that they were not able to protect their home. And I don't want us to be conquered because we already conquered. So now we just got to defend what we have conquered. And that's what the militia will do. Now, here's the other thing. Because we will be offering these benefits and this stuff, if at any point a war happens, you can then go from the militia to the military, but you would then be leaving all of the militia benefits to join for the military benefits and then whatever they offer. So that is up to you, right? Ours will be, again, maybe slightly less than the military and what they offer because you are getting so many other side benefits just by being a Colorado resident and a US citizen, or even just a Colorado resident in general. But again, you either have to be a U.S. citizen or a permanent resident of these United States. That's another massive one because we cannot allow police unions to take over because those are corrupt. They are easily corruptible because no one uh, there's no oversight as to who is in charge or what they're asking for. So that's why this is this solid plan. You can volunteer to join it if you want to. You can even become a reservist if you want to. If you choose not to, fine, don't. But if you end up trying to get a union going, oh, you're going to be removed, and anyone who supported you in that action to create the union to then essentially steal power away from the rest of the people in Colorado, well, you're a traitor and you're going to be kicked out as such. Because again, there has to be a hard line that we will not cross, and I refuse to cross it. Matter of fact, I will cross it forward. I will push you back. I'm not going to let you push me back any further. No, I'm going to reclaim all that you have taken, and everyone who supports me will get what is will get returned to them what was taken. And again, this is why I again I it's you young men, my brothers and my sisters even, right? A lot of women are still susceptible to propaganda though, and it's tragic. But you, my brothers, we can fix this. We really can. But these ideas cannot be tied specifically to me because again, the media owned by those hedge funds will slander my name. They'll try and assassinate me. They'll they'll murder me like they have murdered so many others. But if the idea is separate from me and in you, much like Jesus, because we are the temple, if it is in you, then it cannot be taken from you. I would also say that we should definitely take back all of the military bases to be used in combination of the militia plus the military. Because again, both of these systems need to be together, but also the emergency services of the city. Now, again, militia, I have plenty of. We're gonna. I need more people to be both. Well, it's mainly just to be pilot trained. You can be for planes, helicopters, but we need more pilots. And to do so, well, we're going to have a JROTC or ROTC type thing where as early as, say, honestly, we'll say as long as like a young age, it'll be like a new Boy Scouts type thing. Well, not really a Boy Scouts, but more of a Scouts type thing. Where if you join, yeah, it is going to be Boy Scout stuff. Uh, but you have to meet and or exceed the standards because we're not going to reduce standards for anyone. That's why they're called standards. And there will be no separate set of standards. So, you know, that does not mean that leadership cannot come from anyone, right? So all will still be trained in forms of leadership, but also as to how to follow, because to be a leader, you also have to know how to follow or when to follow. And that's a trait that is sorely lacking in women. So yeah, women, you can absolutely join, but again, there's going to be the teaching of both how to lead and how to follow. Because if you don't know how to follow, you won't know how to lead. And if you don't know how to lead, well, you won't know how to follow either. So again, we need to find there is a balance. It exists, and we just need to implement it. And all of this is to take all of that back from the immortal corporations and then give it back to us. Put it in our hands. Put our destiny back in our hands. Admittedly, it's always going to be in Jesus' hands, but this is definitely a way that we can get there. Now, to the cathedrals, the churches that I want to build. So I do want to build a massive cathedral to overshadow all of the European ones, right? And I still want them to be built in a way that will make them last forever, 2,000 plus years, like the Roman Colosseum, using like Roman cement and stuff, because we figured out the recipe. So that's what we're gonna do. But we will make these things. We will make these cathedrals. Now, these cathedrals will be on like a 5 acre plot of land in the middle of town with the church bells and everything to expel the demons. Because Jesus plus ding dong plus Jesus, it's the two syllable ding dong, Jesus, Jesus, right? That's why there's power in his name, because again, cymatics, look into it. Truly look into it. It's like if you look at our DNA strand from the side, you notice it's the helix. But if you look at it from the front, it's a multi-helix because it's got multiple different things on top of itself because you're looking at the helix turning as it goes down. So the churches will have that, but they will also have, again, they will be like on 5 acres. The front will be the cathedral itself, where you can come in, do worship, do all the stuff that needs to happen, all the things that are going down. No special seats for politicians or anyone like them. No, we're all going there as congregants. If you want to sit in front, go ahead and sit in front. If anything, I would save that for other priests, bishops. We're separate from the Roman Catholic Church. We're not going to be a part of them. We're not going to worship Mary. We're not going to worship anyone else. Jesus and Jesus alone, for He is the way. Sure, we can pray to others. That's fine, but it's you're not praying to Jesus, the living. Everyone else, all humans who have died and gone to heaven, well, they can no longer commune with the earth. They can't watch over the earth. Only the angels can watch over the earth because Jesus is the only one. God became Jesus, took human form, suffered for us so that way he could understand how and why humans suffer and what they suffer about. So, all the stuff could happen. But it was more so for him to show us that he does understand, because he did. He understood it beforehand. But this way, as Jesus, we then saw it. And that was then that confirmation in our mind that God is good. He took the evil and sin from us. Admittingly, it's still like a smoldering uh, charcoal right now. We can put it out. That's good. Uh, over here, just because I need to go ahead and check something. Oh, but so I don't know if you know this, but like cathedrals and whatnot, not really cathedrals, but like uh, what's it called? Like the Shinto temples, right? Shinto is definitely like a Japanese thing, and again, I appreciate you Japanese so much, so I want to implement some of that where your temple for your Shinto, we can have the cathedral for Jesus, and then within that cathedral, which again it'll have land where, but in the back it'll be orphanage, right? But it'll be a very strategic type orphanage because really we need to make sure that no more children are being kidnapped uh, and then trafficked, right? Because all kinds of things happen to them, and many people are unwilling to look at the evils that's going on to those children who are trafficked. Admittingly, we because he's and again, I said it before, but we cannot import the people because then import their problems. We have to export our solutions. And that's what we'll do. So, not only will there be orphanages, but those orphanages will also run on the Montessori thing, because again, we need these children who were abandoned to know that they're not abandoned. They're still cared for, they're still loved, and that we will take care of them. But at the same time, if we can reduce that, that's even better. But now, the other part is that if, say, you are an adult and you're like, you know what, I think I'm done with all of this stuff, I'm done with that, you can join the church. Um, And then once you are a part of said church as either a monk or a nun, well, you're giving up all your worldly stuff to then focus on the church. So you will either work, and it'll be like a rotational thing, right? Because we will have farm. That farm will be ran by the monks and nuns. They will, grow food. Will Food will also be like donated and stuff. But this way, and the back of it, right, it will have two dorms, like the pod style hotels, like in Japan. You guys, thank you so much. I appreciate everything you do, and to do that as well, to understand that I do love you as well, and I want us to be in a closer brotherhood to one another. Same with Germany. I wish to create Steamboat Springs as a replica of a Japanese onsen ski town, and then I would also like probably also somewhere up in the mountains, maybe like the Vale area. We'll redo Vale or Aspen as like a old timey or a old German type of thing, right? Still mountains, all that good stuff. thought I heard something. This is a long thing. It's convoluted and complex. I get it, but this is to replace the systems that favor corporations, that favor the destruction. Because we need to save the environment. We need to have the abundance, and all of this in conjunction will work together. So here's how it's happening, right? The militia you will have active and reserve. The reserve you will get paid $50 when you go on the weekends, and you do have to meet certain standards, right? As a militia member, you have to be able to do uh, 100 burpees, which is like 100 push-ups, 100 squats, 100 jump squats, and then just do as many pull-ups as you can, right? If you need to start in the lower, right, start in the top, right, hold yourself up, and then slowly let yourself down. That's called the negative. I would love to get people into the burpee pull-up. I like Jack's Blades. Maybe he could look into this one for me. He's got all that stuff. I also need people who are passionate about what they're doing. Not the money dudes, not the corporations who just want to maximize profit. I mean the people who are truly passionate about what it is, right? Like Jack's Blades, I like him. He's passionate about fitness. Uh, Real engineering. He's all about the engineering stuff. We got Undecided with Matt Farrell. There's a lot of science and stuff. Passionate about that. Train stuff like RMT Transit. I like that dude too. Very passionate about it. I think that he should be involved. Train spotters. They're very passionate about it as well. Grady from Practical Engineering. I like him as well. I like plenty of these people because they are passionate about what they do. And if we can support those people who are passionate about what they are doing, then we can have a better future. And all of this, is to create the environment to kick off a renaissance, a modern day renaissance at that. And then from there, we can export this to the rest of the United States. And then from the United States, we can export this across the world. But again, this has to be Christian because it is Christian morals. And I will say this, without God, there are no morals. There just is. If there is no punishment at the end, then this means that I can do whatever I want now. So, as the example, say the police doesn't exist, or say that I am able to out armor the police. Would I not then be able to take from you what I want from you? And there's nothing you could do unless you fight back. And if you have no community, then you have no one to help you fight. And we honestly need this because we need each other so we can fight for each other to make things better for each other and for all future generations. And I will say this, motherhood absolutely needs to be supported 110,000%. And all of this will support motherhood. Cheaper and higher quality medical care. If you join the militia, even as a reservist, well, guess what? Free menstrual stuff if you need, but we're also going to recommend diet and exercise because you still have to meet those requirements, right? The cheaper farms will also, or the abundance of smaller hobby and local farms. Because the other thing too is the militia will have a militia general store where you can pick up. Uh, Now you will get your stuff, your issued stuff, which will be some combat boots. I prefer the wide toe stuff, so this way we can actually walk around and have proper foot health as we need to, but also have all your wool, so this way when you're out and about and you're sweating, it can help, control that. And also like a mesh layer over top of that. So then we can then put the other layer on top of that. So you then have that very much air pocket between you, but all heat and moisture can be expelled out the front. What else is there? Oh yeah, weapons. We'll need plenty. I do like Palmetto State. Y'all are great. I'd like to get together with you if possible. But I also need support. I also like Lucas Botkin. I could definitely use his assistance. I'm sure he'd like to be involved in some of this stuff, but that's neither here nor there at the moment because I mean I don't even have because he's like I said, I'm not a citizen at the moment. I'm still just a permanent resident. I need to get my citizenship, but I have been here for a long time. Now again, I will say this. And again, it's no excuse, but it's the explanation as to what happened and how I was affected. Well, I understand it is in the end my decision what I do with my life. You also need to understand you can only do as much as you were given, or as much as you were taught or learned, or what you teach yourself. So, again, a lot of millennials were beat down by their parents, uh, calling you lazy, calling you arrogant, entitled, because those boomer parents didn't want to give you what you gave to them, or what their parents gave to them, right? It's awful. Mm, that was very much tangent. I don't know if you guys get any videos you want me to watch. That's cool. I like anime, like I said. I like Sakuga. I like animation. Uh, I do like the outdoors and stuff. What else is there? I mean, there's so much. There's so plenty of stuff. I want to try something. Okay, okay. I was just checking something. We're getting rid of that because I don't need that anymore. I don't know how to get my chat onto here. Maybe under stream elements. I need to do something there. I can see your chat. Uh, right. So again, all militia will get free access to the train rides, the military store, general store, where again you can pick up your standard issued equipment. Well, your equipment will be picked up from militia headquarters, right? Because they will also be kind of spread out over multiple places. Again, just to protect against potential attacks, because we have to be ready in case. Now, I'm not saying that it could, but it could. Or I'm not saying that it will, but it could happen, right? Uh, Invaders don't necessarily need to enter as like a armed force. They could honestly unconventional warfare is really what needs to happen because the U.S. is too armed. They know they can't fight us head to head, so they have to fight. They have to do very underhanded tactics to steal from us, basically. So militia support for families. Ooh, the other thing. Uh, and again, I understand how some of you may feel about this one, but we will make DNA tests at birth mandatory only because there has been a rampant amount of paternity fraud. Now, this also means that we're going to allow for those DNA tests for anyone, which means we'll also protect French citizens because I understand that France has made it illegal to do DNA tests, but we will protect the French citizens who come here to do those DNA tests. If France decides that, oh, we don't need to do that or that's bad, well, fuck you, France. You've officially lost your way. You used to be the eldest daughter of the Catholic Church, and now what are you? A land of heathens and barbarians. That's what you have become. And I refuse to allow that to happen here, and we'll even help retake France as we need to. Because French people, again, I love, there's this place here called the French Kitchen. I love it. You guys also play the accordion. You guys got some excellent breads, uh, dishes, all that good stuff. Germans do as well. I don't know so much about the English. The Spanish have some great stuff. Uh, Italy, again, great stuff going on, but you need to wake up. And I don't mean be woke, because woke is trash. It's woke means that you're already awake, but none of you are. That's why you have to wake up. Woke is just a very realistic dream. That's all it is. But I think that's it. I think that's all the stuff that's really there. It took me a minute, like 3 hours and 10 minutes. Oh, there was a lot of rambling. There was a lot of stuff. But this is this is good. This is très bien. I don't need this up anymore. Video capture. Excellent. Yes, blame this guy. See, not I like not just bikes. I like economics explained. These are people. These are these people I'm sub to. I do like anime power systems. I did make my own. Uh, there's a blue guy now. I like yellow guy. He's everywhere. It's impossible not to see him. I like cooking. I like all kinds of stuff. I don't know what I should watch. Should I play a game? What games do I have? I have Steam. There's no Steam. Let's turn on my display for the second. So here's my library. I don't have a lot. I have Final Fantasy 14. I've not paid for this one. But hey, check that out. 856 hours. Excellent, excellent story. Dead Cells. I only got 22 hours in this one. 21 hours? Hold on. I could have swore I had more time. What? I have these two games, but I have not played them. I don't know if I want to play a game. I do have World of Warcraft, but I haven't played World of Warcraft in a while. But with that said and done, we can, I guess, move on. So that's my political campaign, right? Support me, Coyote Thunder, if you want to see these changes, if you want to, you know, anything, right? I appreciate you. I love you. May Jesus watch over you. May he, above all, show himself to you and grant you the grace and faith that you may wake up from the propaganda that has been fed to you. But we're moving on now. What are we doing? Return to Castlevania. I've not been on this in a while. I do like MMOs. That's why I want to make my own MMORPG. Because that's what they forget. Role a playing game. Black Myth Wukong. I don't have no 50 bucks. Expedition 33. I am broke. And I kind of don't want to play whatever that is. Open world, anime, free to play, action, RPG, dungeon crawler, party based RPG 3D. True, AI is destroying the internet. I hate AI. Which, let's be real. Um, ooh, I like this dude as well. Toon, because he does these writing reviews. Also like I love architecture. I really do. That's why again why I said I would love to create a I don't know how historically traditional correct for the cold weather we could make Steamboat Springs, but Steamboat because they have a lot of hot springs, natural hot springs. It does have a ski resort, but I believe we could make it as a again like in for Japan. Magic is vile, possibly. The other one would be like a German town, but like a old timey German town in like the Aspen area or Golden potentially. We'll figure it out. And then, I guess I'm taking from France, Japan, uh, Taiwan, the actual China, the Netherlands, Norway, Switzerland, but building, oh, and like ancient Greece, because we're gonna be building with more longer lasting materials and stuff. A dragon is also a lobster. Dragons are basically fish. Possibly unsure. Uh, okay, all right. Now, I would say that the sales tax would definitely go down to say 5% after the investment fund has enough in it to where we can handle paying. Oh no, we'll keep the sales taxes. We'll keep growing the thing, and then of course, anything extra will be. Ooh, 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 right. So what's going to happen is that if you have the bank account with so it's going to be the Treasury of Colorado Bank, TOCB. That so any surplus that ends up happening, right? So say we get we're just going to put money into the fund, right? Once interest and dividends start being paid, that's what we will use to fund the city. Now, the city itself, I can fix it. I'm fixing poverty right now. In Japan, I love you. You're great. I wish to protect you as well from the evils of this world that is being inflicted upon you by those evils. And same thing with white people and the Chinese, the true Chinese, those is currently on Taiwan, the non-communists. I'm against communism, socialism, because none of these are social programs. These are all just benefits to one another. Because a social program means that we take money and then we just use it for the other thing. Now, this is money being put into an investment to grow to then be used for what needs to be used for. So, what's going to happen is that we'll continue to put money into that fund. Once money is used in that fund and any dividends and stuff start to get paid out, we will use that to fund, well, everything, right? Uh, Once that is enough to fund everything, any excess, any extra, which again, we're going to make sure that we can put at least 3% back of it into the fund. But so here's the breakdown, right? So we'll use the 100%, which is the full income that we will get from dividends and interest. And like, uh, well, really just specifically those dividends and interest. So with taxes and all the other stuff that we'll be making as far as income goes, that will be used to cover one portion, and then the dividends and interest will be used to cover the other portion, and then anything left over will be put into people's accounts, and then you can dictate where that money's going to go. You can put it into, say, your medical savings plan, into your regular savings account, or into your checking account to be used as, just you would. That choice is yours and yours completely. But again, that's any extra left over that will be paid out to you. Now, the other thing, this is definitely something that I would absolutely wish to have started. But for any children that are born to U.S. citizens, and again, it has we're being specific. We're making a hard, very direct line because this will only need to benefit citizens of the United States of America, the republic for which we are, and residents of the state of Colorado, which is the home in which we live. So you have to be a U.S. citizen and a resident of Colorado, and if you have children, they will get $10,000 into that investment fund, right? That investment fund can then be used by them once they turn 18 to be used on whatever it is that they would like to be used for. But again, to make sure that it is a smart populace, those children will be raised under the Montessori educational model. And sure, they can use it for now college as well. We're gonna ban entirely government loans because those colleges now need to be able to handle their stuff without government money. Because really, if there's a blank check and you can charge whatever you want, they're gonna charge whatever the fuck they want, and that's gonna be a lot of money. I am my own viewer. Uh, but see, this is also a return because it's invested. So again, out of that 100% total bucket of investment income, 3% of that will be reinvested into the fund, will always be returned. Then the other 97% will be used to supplement whatever is not covered by the income generated from taxes, utilities, and again, imagine this. You can take a plane from, say, Texas to Colorado, then hop on a train from the airport to Colorado Springs, or from Denver International Airport to downtown Denver, and then from downtown Denver up to the ski resorts if you wanted to, or anywhere else. Not anywhere else, because there's going to be like large swaths. Let me actually show you something. Colorado. So here's the plan, right? Walsenburg, Colorado, Colorado Springs. Also want one happening here. Wow, that is a bad spot. I don't know, maybe that would be a more centralized area. So this is train number one, north south. Now Walsenburg, gonna be another city. Pueblo's already a city, right? Uh, Colorado Springs, another city. Larkspur is just gonna be like a destination spot, right? That's where we have the Renaissance Festival. We can make it better over here, but this I definitely want to remain as like an outdoor area, right? Then you have Denver, and then you have Fort Collins. This is the furthest north we will go. Now, here, the reason we're doing this is because I want Colorado to only be Colorado. So we're not going to have a train that goes from, say, Colorado up to Wyoming or out to Utah or down to New Mexico or Arizona or Oklahoma, Kansas, Texas, Nebraska, nowhere, nowhere else. The state's just going to be connected to the state itself. So that's this one. That's one, two, three, four, five already. So six because of Grand Junction, and then because there's this big road over here, or maybe Brighton. Grand Junction, Brighton. So those will be the other two. Now, this one will actually go from Denver to Grand Junction. Then there we go. That is the state. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven large cities. Now, if we take a look at the population of Colorado itself, say 350 million, divide that by seven, that's 50,000 people. Was it? No, that was 350,000. Okay. 350 million, assuming. Hold on. Colorado population. Ooh, 5.9 million. So we'll count that as six. 6 million. So like 800,000 people have to fit in each of these cities. Now that's just the cities. I still want to have small towns, but all of these towns, similar to like Norway, will have a train that connects to them. So say there'll be a couple cities here, 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 and maybe say here, right? So these will just be smaller towns. And there's one, two, three, four, five, six, seven. So we're now taking the 6 million population and divided that by 14. That means 400,000 people can fit in each city. Now, Paris can fit 2 million people, but this way we can have more space, right? And even then, just these major seven cities will already alleviate a lot of things. Now, I would say, honestly, we should start down in Walsenburg. I want to go further to like Trinidad, so Walsenburg it is. But there's will be a little train that goes from Trinidad to here, or from Fort Garland to here, or from uh, where's another one? Salida into Pueblo, right? There will be these little trains that I'll just go around, Telluride even, right? But if we do this, then this means that you could go from here to here. Now, again, that's kind of what's happening there. But here's the other thing that you're not that I don't think I maybe have mentioned clearly enough. So imagine this whole area. That's a ton of square mileage, 16,000 square miles. Imagine all of this being returned to nature. And then same thing up here, right? We get another square returned to nature. And then on this side, well, we got all of this down to Grand Junction returned to nature, and then a lot of this returned to nature as well. So this way, yes, we are living in a very specific area. The rest of it is returned to nature, but you are able to just explore nature. You can go off and live as a nomad, following bison around into the wilderness if you want. And then, hey, guess what? You get the bison, you get its hide, you tan its hide, or prepare it to be tan, and then you can bring it back into, say, Colorado Springs, and you can sell it. The other thing I would definitely want to replant the mountain, but there's a lot that needs to happen, a lot that needs to be done, and a lot more that we need to fix, all because the boomers from what, 60 years ago ruined everything with their own greed. I need to go out and I need to start talking to people about this so that way more people can be involved in what is and what needs to happen. Chickens. I know that dude. He is like the burger man, and that's uh, Babish. Ooh, the selfish gene. I was reading about this one.
Understands evolution, just ask them this one weird question.
Why does poop smell bad?
Wow.
Oh gosh.
Because there's bacteria in it, I guess.
Microbiome, probably. Trash
Yeah, trash
of
in
the
gut.
body.
Do you
The
think?
food we eat because of the chemicals.
Farts don't always smell bad. So
Yeah, well, that's a different question
Well-
entirely. Do you think it objectively smells bad?
yes, I think so. Yes.
How do you think it smells to flies?
Like the
They like it.
Yeah, they like it.
Yeah.
Animals love stinky things.
Yeah.
They're attracted to it.
Poop smells good to flies because poop is full of nutrients. They use it as food. But it's also full of bacteria that can be life-threatening to humans.
True.
So the real reason poop smelled bad to us is because if anyone ever thought it smelled good, they would probably get really sick, die, and not pass on their genes. After all, it's about survival of the fittest. But survival of the fittest what?
I mean, most people think of natural selection as being about the survival of the fittest individual animal.
Individual.
Individual. Animal.
Animal. Okay, so it's like an individual.
Yeah.
Which makes sense. I mean, individuals best adapted to their environment have increased odds of survival and therefore a higher likelihood of passing on their genes. So it follows that each individual should do everything it can to survive and reproduce. That is, it should be selfish.
But if that's true,
It's not
then
selfish.
how do you explain this?
I mean, worker bees will sting predators to protect the hive, even though it might kill them in the process.
Feels
Female
but a
worker ants
scratch.
are sterile, so they can't reproduce. But regardless, they work for the colony for their entire lives until they die. Monkeys adopt orphans, wolves bring meat to non-hunting members of the pack, and squirrels can let out alarm calls to warn others about nearby predators.
So if natural selection is all about selfish individuals, why do we observe so much altruism in nature?
The survival is of the species that can adapt.
I think generally the species.
For the survival of the species.
So it's the survival of the species.
Okay, yeah, right.
But survival of the fittest species or the fittest group also doesn't work. I mean, think about what you need for natural selection to occur.
You need something that replicates itself many times over, creating copies, and then you need a pruning process whereby some of those copies get eliminated and some thrive to go on and create more copies. The problem with groups, or species as a whole, is that they don't typically make copies of themselves. So you almost never get copies of groups fighting other copies of groups to see which groups win out.
So if it's not survival of the fittest individual and it's not survival of the fittest group, then what is it? Well, to explain that, I want to take you on a little journey, all the way back to the beginnings of the Earth.
Where we are now, there is nothing. Well, not really nothing, but nothing interesting. There are only simple things like these blobs. This one might be a carbon dioxide molecule, or it might be cyanide. We don't know for sure what they are, but we do know that these compounds are very simple. So for now, they'll just be blobs floating around our void. In fact, much of what we'll encounter along our journey here are just hypotheses.
Remember, I am fully and wholly anti-abortion. Don't have sex if you don't want kids. Okay, and don't bring up rape because that happens in a very very small case. If you really wanna throw down a route, I mean, you won't like my response. But we're all just clumps of cells. That's all anyone is. That's all any living thing is a clump of cells. It's the light within that makes us a person and a human, which, you know, humans, us people,
A lot of Earth's early history
we're
is
that.
still a mystery, so keep that in mind. Now, every so often, our blobs get a surplus of energy, maybe from a ray of UV light or a nearby hot source. This is the first major upgrade to our void, excess energy, as it allows our blobs to interact with each other. Most of the time, this interaction leads to nothing, but sometimes these blobs can combine into more complicated compounds. Here's a simple simulated example where we only have 4 red blobs. Right now, they are all individual particles, but each time step we move forward, let's say there's a 10% chance that all 4 combine into one red megablob. Now imagine this megablob isn't very stable. For every time step it's alive, it has a 95% chance of falling apart back into the 4 smaller blobs. If we add more of these red blobs into the mix, you'll notice that they rarely ever come together. On average, a megablob only exists around 10% of the time. But if we were to reduce the chances of the megablobs dissolving to only 1%, the void would suddenly be filled with them. This fact hints at an important law that governs our void, the law of stability. Unstable blobs fall apart and vanish, stable ones endure.
Molecules.
Now, watch what happens if we speed this up dramatically. Maybe a couple of years per second, maybe even a couple million. You can see our blobs keep getting random jolts of energy, so they combine with others to form more complex compounds. Most attempts fail and fall apart, but every so often, by pure chance, you get a compound that is more stable than the blobs it's made of. This doesn't happen because the blobs want to build more complex structures, it's just because these new configurations happen to be more favorable in the environment. And now, when these complicated compounds become abundant enough, they too get a chance to combine, making our void increasingly complex. And one day, by accident, this causes an extremely unique shape to form. One
Not by accident, all controlled by the creator, God above. Super genius, like the smartest being in existence because he created existence. And we're just trying to figure it out from here.
with a special property. See, the blobs it's made of just happen to attract similar blobs from the surrounding environment. This red blob always attracts green blobs, and this purple blob always attracts yellow ones. And piece by piece, all these blobs attract their opposites until their counterparts suddenly snap into position next to the original shape. Now, this shape goes on to do the same thing. Its green blobs attract red ones, and yellow ones attract the purple, until another shape yet again snaps into position. This new shape looks exactly like the original. What just happened, fully spontaneously, is replication. One shape became 2. This marks the birth of the first replicator.
I
We
mean,
don't
stars
know
and stuff.
exactly what this replicator looked like. It might have been a single standalone molecule, or a group of molecules that worked together to replicate. There's a lot of debate on this today, so instead, let's represent the replicator as a character. How about this one here? Perfect. Keep in mind, it's still just a lifeless molecule, one without any intent or purpose. Now, you might think that the chances for the replicator to form were extremely unlikely. But in our void, where we have hundreds of millions of years to play with, what might seem impossible to us becomes virtually inevitable. And the thing is, the replicator only has to arise once. Once it's here, it can take the simpler compounds available in the environment to copy itself at a much faster pace. And so it does that until it entirely fills our void. At least, that's what you'd expect. But there is a flaw in the process. See, during the replicator's conquest of the void, one of its copies makes a mistake. Perhaps a stray ray of UV light hits it during the replication process, or the replicator uses a building block it wasn't supposed to. As a result, what we're left with is a new shape which is slightly different from its parent. and so its properties might be slightly different too. This error might be harmful. For example, it might make the copy less stable. It could be beneficial, making the copy better at replicating. Or it could be neutral, not changing the replicator in any meaningful way. This marks the final milestone in our void: mutation. Many species of replicators now occupy the void, and what
They're
they
not
do
species,
is they
though.
replicate themselves. The problem is they all need
It's all magnetic. I get what he's saying, but it's all magnetic based. It's not them deciding. It's their magnetism that pulls them together.
the same limited resources, and so our void turns into a battleground. So which replicator will win? What kind of properties will the void favor? Well, let's try to simulate what happens.
Now, if you're looking to run your own simulations or need a place to run your own code, look no further than today's sponsor, Hosting. Say you wanted to keep track of everyday science news. Manually filtering through thousands of articles for the most important or interesting stories would be almost impossible, but Hostinger lets you easily automate this process. You can use N8N, a platform that lets you automate tasks, but you need a place to host it, and the easiest, most cost-effective, and secure place to host N8N workflows is on a virtual private server, or VPS, from Hostinger. It's like a powerful computer you rent on the cloud. So here's how you can create an article scrubber. The workflow can grab every new science article from a list of portals. Then it can send the articles to ChatGPT to summarize their content. And finally, you can add these quick summaries to a board in Notion. Using Hostinger's pre-installed N8N template, the setup only takes one click and you're good to start creating workflows. By hosting N8N on a Hostinger VPS, you get all the resources needed to run your workflow smoothly 24/7. Plus, you can have unlimited workflows running simultaneously. Imagine the things you could do and the time you could save with automations on Hostinger. They're having a Black Friday sale right now, so don't miss out. Scan this QR code or visit hostinger.com.
It's just now November. They already had Black Friday.
And use code Veritasium to get an extra discount on top of this sale. I want to thank Hostinger for sponsoring this part of the video, and now back to our simulation.
It's no longer Black Friday.
To simulate what a replicator battle might look like, let's assign simplified traits to each of the replicators, starting with the first one. This replicator is special, since it's the only one that can form spontaneously from smaller building blocks, so we'll give it a spawn rate. This should be quite rare, so let's set the chance of formation to 1% per time step. Just keep in mind we're just making these numbers up. The simulation is purely illustrative. Now, once the replicator spawns, let's say it's governed by 3 key traits. First, a death rate, the chance of it falling apart or being destroyed with each time step. Let's set that to be, say, 2%. Second, a replication rate, the chance to copy itself with each time step, let's say 4%. And finally, a mutation rate, the chance a copy comes out mutated. If it's 4%, roughly 1 in 25 copies will be a mutation. So every time a new mutation spawns, it will inherit the replication, death, and mutation stats from its parent, but slightly randomized.
I thought I lost signal for a
Notice that we
second because
won't
my
give
light
any of these
faded.
secondary replicators a spawn rate. They'll only be able to form as mutations from previous generations. So if all of their copies die out, they'll be gone for good. Now, before we run the simulation, I want to quickly shout out the YouTube channel Primer. Our setup was inspired by his amazing in-depth simulations on evolutionary biology. You should really check him out. Okay, let's run it. The graph on the right will show how the populations grow, and this box on the left will show a slice of the void with all the winning replicators in the correct ratios. You can see how the first replicator appears and then immediately disappears, because it just happened to die before it got the chance to replicate. But that's okay, the original replicator can be created from smaller blobs, so it'll come back at some point. This time, it's starting to take off. You can also see that it spawned some mutations, but they're struggling to keep up. Eventually, though, superior mutations pop up and start to replicate faster than the original. But you can see almost all of them are growing exponentially, which is unrealistic. That's because we're missing the final piece of our simulation: limited resources. The building blocks should eventually run out. We can simulate this effect by introducing a sort of resource factor to each species' replication rate. This factor should depend on the total number of replicators in the void, n, which we'll also divide with an arbitrary crowding factor, c. C lets us define the maximum number of replicators we'll allow into the void. Say C is 10,000, then once there are 10,000 replicators, the two terms cancel out and drive the replication rate down to 0, meaning none of the replicators will be able to make copies until the population drops again. So let's see how this changes our simulation. Okay, like the last time, the original replicator starts to grow, after which it's quickly taken over by its mutations. But this time, most of these mutation populations start to decline. Because of the scarce resources, the new best population, the Lime 1, actually starts stealing resources from the others. After that, a few more mutations pop up, even more powerful than the Lime. Ultimately, the purple replicator takes over, occupying around 9,000 of the 10,000 available spaces. It completely curbs all the other populations. It goes without saying that the environment plays a massive role in which replicator wins. If you change the environment, you likely change the outcome. But let's look at the stats of the replicator that came out on top this time. That winning species has a replication rate of 20% compared to the 17% average across all populations. Obviously, being able to replicate quickly pays off here. Its death rate is below average. Replicators that fall apart less quickly can make more copies. And finally, it has a 1% mutation rate, compared to the average of 3.73%.
Hey.
Although mutations help by injecting diversity, for any single species, fewer mutations mean more faithful copies. If we rerun the simulation, you'll notice the outcomes are always slightly different. But the winning species consistently have high replication and low death and mutation rates. Now, in the real void, things wouldn't have been as simple. Instead of just tweaking these three stats, the replicators would have to mutate all sorts of different ways to gain an advantage. For example, one replicator might mutate a trait that lets it destroy other individuals, and then use their building blocks to make more copies of itself. This looks like strategy, but it's really just chemistry that gets copied over and over because it helps the replicator survive. Naturally, a risk of offense would likely favor mutations that result in defense. So an opposing replicator might stumble upon a mutation that helps it form protective barriers from nearby materials, letting it endure those attacks. These barriers would also help protect the fragile replicators from environmental damage like UV light. This marks an important threshold. The replicator's traits aren't limited to just determining the properties of the molecules themselves, they can also shape the environment. So by chance, the replicators inevitably mutate in ways that build scaffolding around themselves to increase the chances of their survival. They stumble upon ways of making structures to propel themselves around. They develop senses and ways of storing energy. They even mix, exchange, and steal traits from each other. Through billions of years of trial and error, this scaffolding gets more and more complex, and as a result, the replicator's interactions with the void become exceedingly indirect. They build complex survival machines for themselves, machines whose sole purpose is to protect the replicators inside. These machines became such experts at surviving, they're still around some 4 billion years later. They are the bacteria, plants, fungi, and animals all around you. Everything alive, including you, was built as a survival vessel for these replicators. But today, you'd barely...
Nah, we were created in the image of God. Complex. Because you cannot build life from non-life.
recognize them as replicators. Now we just call them genes. They're hidden deep within every living creature. Strands of DNA made from the sequences of A, T, G, and C nucleotides. Now, one of the leading theories is that those earliest replicators were actually something closer to RNA molecules. But then over time, this must have evolved into a more stable system of storing information, the DNA and proteins we use today. They are the code that shapes our traits. We're taught that these traits are here solely to help ensure our survival, the survival of the individual or the species.
But do we have this the wrong way around?
When you have a child, what do you pass on?
The DNA.
The DNA,
The genes. Okay, yeah.
These tiny replicators are still fighting the same battle that started billions of years ago. And the logic behind them hasn't changed. The traits just become more convoluted. Replicators that produce traits poorly suited to their environment tend to become less common, while those that produce advantageous traits become more numerous in the population.
So it's not about the fittest individual or group, it's fundamentally about the survival of the fittest genes. They are the core unit of natural selection. But why would natural selection care exactly for the gene? Why not something smaller or something bigger?
Well, for something to undergo selection, it needs to have three characteristics. First, it needs to be able to make near identical copies of itself. Second, it needs to exhibit traits that affect its interaction with the environment, which
See, I dislike the way he did this experiment because it already pre-subscribes sentience to these things. Sure, he may have said they're just molecules, but those molecules will not form together to create life, ever. Sure, they can replicate themselves, but then at that point you're getting things like gold or silver or palladium or any one of those elements. Sure, those are within us, but those combined together do not make life. Sure, it's an explanation as to how our molecules work, even how our DNA works with redoing itself. It's still though the consciousness. That's the one point that has not been, you know, reached.
third affect the probability of survival and reproduction of the replicator. Something small, like a single nucleotide, doesn't work, because sure, it'll make identical copies of itself, but alone it doesn't exhibit a trait that could be selected for. What about something bigger, like a chromosome? Well, each chromosome affects potentially
Unless of course I'm
thousands of
wrong.
traits that
Figure
could
out what
influence its
consciousness
survival,
is,
but
and we'll
when
go from
most
there.
creatures reproduce, sections of chromosomes get swapped around, so a chromosome doesn't stay together as a cohesive replicating unit, and therefore it can't be selected for. But a gene is somewhere in the middle. It's a long enough stretch of DNA that it can independently influence a trait, but it's also short and stable enough to be faithfully copied over into future generations. This is why the gene is the unit of natural selection. This perspective led to one of the most powerful and controversial ways of seeing evolution, one popularized by Richard Dawkins in his book, The Selfish Gene. Based on the work of evolutionary biologists in the 1960s and 70s, and as a response against the then very
They're
popular
all
group
wrong.
selection theory, Dawkins argued that just about every trait, from animals helping each other to being completely selfish, is a strategy that helps their genes survive and replicate. Genes that maximize their own survival are the genes that propagate best, even if they do so at the expense of others. Or, in Dawkins' words, we are survival machines, robot vehicles blindly programmed to preserve the selfish molecules known as genes.
Wrong.
Now, you might think this framework isn't all that groundbreaking.
I mean, take the emperor penguins in Antarctica, for example. They hesitate to jump into the water until they are sure there are no seals around. So, what kind of genes could help a penguin survive in this environment? Well, if the penguin's set of genes make it more likely to be timid, the penguin might stay back until someone braver tests the water. That way, the penguin is at a lower risk of being eaten and has a better chance of surviving, reproducing, and passing on its timid genes. Here, you can think about this either as the timid genes help the penguin, or the penguin helps the timid genes. Either way works.
So is there any real benefit to viewing things from the gene's perspective? Well, look at what happens when you use these two frameworks to explain altruistic behavior, which appears in a lot of places in nature.
Take California ground squirrels, for example. Females will let out alarm calls if they spot a predator, like a fox or a hawk, to warn other nearby squirrels, even though this puts her survival at risk. The genes influencing this behavior surely don't help this squirrel. But can the squirrel still help the genes?
I think this is a bit more clear if you think about the fact that most living things reproduce sexually.
Right.
So a squirrel will get half its DNA from its mom and half from its dad, so it's actually sharing half its genes with each parent. But also, any child that it has, it's also going to share half of its genes with the child, but also any siblings. But then if you take a step out to an uncle or up to a grandparent, then it's sharing 1/4, and then another step out is 1/8. All to say, you share a lot of genes with your immediate family. And California ground squirrels, females in particular, they live around family.
So, if a squirrel has a set of genes that make her call out when she spots a predator, there is a very good chance that the squirrels that hear her warning call also carry those genes. Now, as a result of her alarm call, let's say the squirrel attracts a predator her way and it ends up getting eaten. This action costs the call genes the chance to pass themselves on to any future offspring in that squirrel. But if the warning call saved at least 2 copies of those genes in 2 of the squirrel's relatives, well then in total, these 2 squirrels have a better chance of passing on the genes through their offspring than that single squirrel did. From the gene's perspective, this could be a good trade-off. It doesn't matter which individual helps the genes replicate, only that as many copies as possible survive.
This principle, that altruistically helping your close relatives helps preserve your own genes, is known as kin selection.
And the payoff behind any altruistic gesture under kin selection depends heavily on how related you are to the individuals you're helping. Because the less related you are, the smaller the chances that you will share that particular gene with another individual.
And you can see this in nature. Male squirrels that don't live near relatives almost never give out warning calls. Now, there is a big question this gene-centric view still has to address. If selection really favors genes that replicate well, then why would sex ever evolve as a means of replication if it throws away roughly half the genes?
Most animals reproduce sexually, so why do it when some organisms, like certain plants and fungi, get to pass on all of their genes through asexual reproduction? From a gene's perspective, this seems like a much better deal. When it comes to sexual reproduction, people like to say, okay, well, it mixes up the genes. It's like shuffling a deck of cards, and isn't that better for creating more variation? And clearly, like, that's advantageous.
Another way this has been explained is if the genes that regulate sexual reproduction benefit from replicating sexually, then they're going to keep pushing for these genes.
Right.
Even if it's a net negative to all the other genes in the genome.
Yeah.
So if it benefits them, they'll keep pushing for it.
So, are there any problems with how the selfish gene explains natural selection? Well, yes. I mean, it turns out the framework comes with a lot of controversy. One of the biggest criticisms against the selfish gene is that it leaves little to chance.
It implies that every gene present in the genome is there because it actively got selected for by natural selection over many generations.
But many genes are actually invisible to natural selection because they don't really exhibit meaningful traits in the population. Yet they can still evolve over time.
Imagine 20 blind cave fish, 10 with green eyes and 10 with blue. Since they're blind, we'll assume that their eye color traits make no difference to their survival, so they get passed down purely by chance. Now, to form the next generation, randomly pick any fish from the first group and replicate it. If you repeat this 20 times, you get a second generation. By chance alone, one color will probably appear more often than the other, and if you repeat this process over and over many generations, one color might eventually completely take over. That's not because it's better, but purely due to random sampling. This shift in the frequency of gene variants is called genetic drift. It's most apparent in small populations and for traits that aren't pruned by natural selection. But it doesn't only apply to silent genes.
Even when genes exhibit meaningful traits, there is a chance that genetic drift overrides natural selection and a less fit gene will spread through the population just by chance.
Look back at our replicator battle. If we run our simulation enough times, sometimes the winning gene won't be the one with traits that maximize its own survival. Here, you can see that the winning population actually has a higher than average mutation rate, just by chance. And the average mutation rate is also higher than the starting value.
These are simplified examples, but there is an ongoing argument about how much of evolution was actually due to natural selection and how much of it was up to chance.
All by the creator.
Another major criticism of the selfish
Yes,
gene
we're made
is
of
about
those
the
genes with the
unavoidable
light of life.
implication behind the word selfish. It seems to imply that genes have agency, like they know what they're doing and they understand the consequences, but it's only a metaphor, just as portraying them as characters was a way for us to make the story more engaging. Of course, molecules don't know what they're doing. They don't decide to replicate or conspire to outcompete others. They just react according to the laws of physics. So what may look like intention is just simple chemistry that happens to work well and propagates. But perhaps the most obvious and easiest to understand criticism is that the whole framework is an oversimplification.
And that's true. Genes are much more complicated than we thought. It's not as simple as one gene equals one trait. One gene can influence many traits, and one trait can be influenced by many genes. There are genes that are wholly contained within other genes. There are genes that inhibit or activate others, and then there are even genes that seem to not encode for anything, the so-called non-coding DNA. All to say, we still have a lot to learn about genes. Not to mention that the environment itself, like whether it's hot or cold or how much food there is, also affects how different genes get expressed. Genes are much less deterministic than they might seem.
So you might think that a single gene would rarely have a large enough effect that natural selection can directly impact it. But it doesn't matter how convoluted the pathway is. If a gene has a measurable effect on its own survival and replication, it will be subject to some amount of natural selection. And surely the whole theory is a simplification, but any theory or framework of nature is. And what we're covering in this video is an even more simplified picture of that framework. But that doesn't take away the fact that viewing the world through this lens has an incredible power to help us understand the process of evolution.
It helps us understand why we see such a range of different behaviors in our world, because fundamentally those traits tend to cause the increasing prevalence of the genes they're associated with. It's like the whole point is figure out what's true. Like, get to the truth. And this, to me, is the baseline truth of evolution. This is what I love about Making Veritasium, is that we get to sort of unpack and dig under the hood. And it's what I loved about reading the Selfish Gene book, is it really opened my eyes to this, previously I'd always just probably thought at the level of the individual, but it makes more sense to think at the level of the gene. The feeling that you and every other living organism is being driven by some molecules deep in every cell is fundamentally unsettling and seems to remove agency from you as an acting, thinking being in the world.
Yeah, it's pretty grim, but whether or not you agree with the fact that we might be controlled by our genes and we're simply their flesh robots.
It's not a fact. See there, he said as a fact. But we're not. We're never controlled by those genes. We are influenced by them, but we are not controlled by them. God is the creator. God is the one who combined all of those molecules. First, he created all the molecules. Then he combined all the molecules. And then breathed life into them, which is the conscious light within our minds. You know why they say that your brain lights up? Because that is the light, and it's passing through different sections of the brain as like a computer. It's a logic gate, but much more complex than what we have now.
I think it's kind of unreasonable and unrealistic to go through life thinking that every decision is governed by this. It doesn't really do you any good, because we perceive the world as individuals. So I think it's very beneficial to see yourself as your own thing, as your own, unit.
I want to give a big
I like Veritasium, but nah, you're wrong. Why cycling is dangerous in America. Blame this guy. I don't blame him. He's just some dude riding around. You know who we should blame? Corporations. Specifically, oil corporations. Why? Because asphalt, tar used in asphalt, is an oil byproduct. So not only are they making the gasoline for the cars, they're making the rubber for the tires, like an additive, not just the actual natural silicone out of tires, out of the tree, right? Like all the plastics that we have now, the synthetic plastics, the nylon, polyester, uh, polycarbonate, spandex, all that plastic stuff, all that plastic garbage. Tar is another byproduct. It's the waste product of the process of making different types of fuels like gasoline, kerosene, diesel, and then plastics, and that's the leftover. And then they just put it on the roads or roof tiles. Sure, it will definitely keep water out, but it will also pick up a very, very minute amount, and that very minute amount will pollute the water. So, yeah, it's terrible. But
guess who's really making progress? Meet Yellow Dude. Before he works out, he studies good form. He reminds himself, keep the body straight, elbows tucked, no flare. Then he trains. 10 push-ups and 30 pull-ups. Every single rep clean. Every rep controlled.
That's a lot of
Now
pull-ups.
meet Blue Dude. Day 1, he hits 30 push-ups and 90 pull-ups. Day 2, he pushes harder. 50 push-ups and over 100 pull-ups. His muscles
Dang.
ache and he feels proud. He thinks, this is improvement. But here's the truth. He's only building sloppy habits. All those extra reps don't mean real progress. Meanwhile, Yellow Dude keeps stacking perfect reps. Fewer in number, but sharper, cleaner, stronger. Chances are, he's the one who transforms faster. Because in the end, form beats reps.
True.
Always. Guess who's really
100% true. Absolutely 110,000% real. Ooh. Ooh. So, as I said, I am working on my own anime. Technically fantasy novel, which will then become an anime, which will then enter its final form as a MMORPG. It is the Tales of Itzel, currently known as Bladeworks, written by myself, Coyote Thunder. You can check it out. The main hero is Dante. The secondary hero is Nora, because this is a how what I believe men and women would do, really the world that I'm making, uh, where men and women have power through magic and magic circles along with chance. The magic circles are based off of mathematics, so you have to both know the math and you have to know the chant to then do the magical spell. But you can here's the way it works, right? So here's the power system of my anime. Uh, Feel free to take it. I mean, I've kind of taken it as well from several other places, things. Because as you know, Black Clover, they have magic that he uses to increase their body. Naruto has magic through chakra to increase their physical abilities. Dragon Ball uses ki, or also another form of magic, to, also increase the body. Hunter x Hunter's Nen system, another magic system to increase the body. What else is Fairy Tail is just straight up magic. Free Ren is also just straight up magic. The people empowered through mana. So, my world, here's the way it breaks down. You have people, right? Across 5 different nations. We to the north we have in the mountains the Knights of Vale. It's very much like the Roman Catholic Gothic looking thing in the mountains fighting dragons because they're really right at the base of the Dragon Mountain. Then staying to the north on now the coast, we have uh, Yolm, which is the fake Nordic Viking area. Not too many mountains, more so like plains. They have some trees, grasses, things like that, but also lots of open water, right? The interior of the land is super dangerous because there are lots of powerful monsters. They do use a specific type of metal to create a barrier shield, and this really just kind of acts as a thing to keep the stronger monsters away. Still, minor monsters can get into it. Again, it's just they're kind of flying under the radar of it, so it is still up to people to take out things, like goblins, wolves, slimes, things like that, in the immediate area to the cities. So now, so here we go. On the thinking north and then west towards the mountain. So basically, just kind of imagine Colorado, right? Do I need to pull another map for Colorado? No, we're fine. So northwest is Vale. Northeast is Yolm, which is the Vikings. Then southwest is Lumio. This is where the story is taking place. It is the main port city because it does not have rocks, but it does have little alcoves and stuff. Not really alcoves, but like protected areas, like harbors and whatnot, natural harbors. So that way, we can also connect to Hojun, which is Japan, or the fake Japan of my world. We also got like a place called Moon Lake because it's in the shape of the crescent moon. And then to the southwest, we have Alexandria, which is, the Spartan area. Uh, Now, of course, above them they have the mountains, and then to the further west there's the great sand dunes, the plain, the desert, and then to the east of them is another forest. Now, our main place is going to be Lumio, southwest. They're on the coast. Well, not really on. Well, yeah, they are on the coast because they do have boats and stuff. But there is also a river coming through to it from what I have so entitled the Bird's Beak Mountain. There's a natural spring that just kind of drains from there into the thing. Now there are also some giant tree stumps, like what is essentially world trees that were cut down because those world trees were absorbing all of the magic within the world and then storing it and locking it away. Humans figured it out, and so, well, it wasn't really the humans. Again, there's some lore behind it, but basically, so before humans came, so here's my world setup. The world itself is both uh, elven and dwarven. Thing is, demons opened up a portal and then came into this world. Those demons then created war against the elves and the dwarves. The elves and the dwarves, they were very hostile towards each other until the demons rolled up, and then they had to work together. So it was then those elven and dwarves who mixed together to make humans, us. Shorter lifespans, yes, high intelligence, high strength, all that stuff. Very magically attuned. That's who humans are in this world. The elves and dwarves were wiped out by the demons, creating humans, which is the mixing of the DNA of the dwarves and the elves. There are also a few very, very special weapons that they made that were used to fight those demons. Currently, there are seven of them because there were like seven major tribes, but only four of them are currently held. One in Vale, one in Yolm, one in Alexandria, and one in Hojun, or Jihun. Yeah, Jihun. It's Hajun, one of those things. I really need to write them down. I thought I did. Oh, Hojun, that's what it's called. Hojun. Hojun. That's the name of the fake Japan. Again, I love Japan. You guys are great. I also like Germany. So that's kind of what Lumio is. But Lumio is more so an Art Nouveau because sure, it's a lot of plains, but they also still have a good amount of trees that, they've just been able to plant. Also fruit trees and all that stuff going on. Uh, but then plains, river, and then some of those ancient tree stumps were actually converted into like places currently being occupied. One of them is being occupied by the Witch Queen. The Witch Queen herself is an immortal, and the way she does it is uh, one of two ways. She either so the current more messed up part of it is that she will go out, find someone strong, have a child with that strong person, with that strong man, uh, then leave, and then what she will do is she will, when in the process of giving birth under magic circles above and below, along with a bunch of crystals, she will transport her consciousness from her adult body into the now baby body as she has birth. From here, well, of course, she can just continue on, will regrow. She will keep her memory, but of course, that new body is going to have its own limitations. So she will have to retrain, get strong to where she was before. Now, of course, she will still have all of her memories intact, and through the memories, she can then rebuild the muscle memory to, do all the stuff that needs to get done. Now, humans, they have this thing where once they reach the age of 15, they gain their full magic ability, and this is for everyone. 16th birthday, your body begins to glow very brightly, kind of yellowish, right? Golden even, right? And this indicates that your magic has become active. Now, a second time, an earlier time, and this is a very kind of much more, not really rare, like 20%, right? But 20% of the population is able to, or gets their magical abilities when they turn 5. Again, same thing, body glows and everything like that. And while they might have what is considered at that moment an overshield, a mana barrier between them and physical impact, so they can take the hit. Sure, it'll still hurt a little bit because their body still took some damage, still got hit, but it wasn't enough to break limbs or anything like that, or even cut. Which is why guns don't exist in this world, really, because guns are kind of pointless against anyone who has a shield. And so, Dante just so happens to be one of the few children had, who was at age 5, uh, gained magic. Now, the other ones who also gained magic are also all of the other royal children, because Lumio is more of a republic, right? Like Colorado. The other places are still, they still have nobility and stuff, but these nobles very much fight as the spear for their people. So they know they also have to be strong because again, it's a kind of might makes right kind of world. Because the stronger you are, the more people you can take out, and the less people can take you out. So, for Vale, there, well, his name is Daniel, Daniel Vale. For Jonheim, that's what it is, Jonheim, not Yolm, Jonheim. Jonheim is, what's her name? Tynan Doyle. For Alexandria, well, her name is Victoria something. I haven't figured out a last name for her yet. For Ho-Jun, the emperor's son, first in line for the next throne is Jun Asahai. And then Dante is just the commoner. He's the son of a dude, a city guard, right? Mind you, they also have a very complex type of military thing going on. So the other one is then Nora. Nora just so happens to be the daughter of the Witch Queen, but the Witch Queen is doing some experiments on her because she's like, I'm tired of constantly going into weak bodies. So the whole thing also starts in Lumio as well, which is how Dante meets Nora. So just so you're aware, Dante at age 5, it happened, uh, because it does happen at the time when you were born. So Dante's just so happened to be when he was alone in the bathroom. No one saw him activate his magic become activated. He knew about it, but he didn't tell him because like, oh, I want to surprise my parents. Let me go ahead and learn a couple of spells. And that's kind of what he does. He's off doing his thing, right? He's faster and stronger than kids, but not as fast or as strong as adults because again, he just does not have the physicality to do it. So Dante, walking home from school, not school, walking home from playing with some friends. It's early spring, so it's still a little cool. He's wearing a hoodie, right? Uh, Sees Nora. She's trying to hide, but she also looks like she's dirty, like she's from a hospital patient basically who escaped. That hospital patient, Nora, she had some horrific stuff done to her, right? Dante says, I can save you. I can help you. She trusts him. They met in a dream after the fact. But once they saw each other, it was like the eye sheen over thing from Transylvania, right? So he goes to help her, right? Take her back home because his dad's a guard. His mom was also a. Now his dad is like a B rank adventurer. His mom was also a B rank adventurer because it's very hard to get A rank and even harder to get S rank. So there are very few of those people at the very top. Usually, the people who end up getting to the very top are the ones who had their magic activate at a young age, but also really other people can also become A and S rank. It's just, the amount of work that needs to be put into it. Uh, those who achieve it at 5, who were born with it at 5, just have more time. So that way they're able to get. Now, admittedly, not everyone can because, it's just kind of the way it is. But there's a higher chance, a higher probability of children at age 5 who activated their magic can reach A and S rank. That's not to say anyone else can't. It just means they have more time. That's really all it is. So Dante, uh, let's not worry about him for a second. Let's worry about the cities. So here's something else that's going on, and this is how the cities are set up. They have two things going on. They have their own internal military, and they have adventurers guilds. So the military is just that. It is the military for each nation, and the military's job is to go and uh, retake lands. Now, they also do still put up jobs for adventurers, but adventurers mainly do like collection stuff. Adventurers, their main thing is dungeon crawling. There are dungeons currently in each of the nations, along with several other dungeons kind of spread throughout, right? These dungeons need to be conquered because we just don't know what's at the bottom of them, and then monsters are born and created. They can escape if there's too much, and that causes the monster parades. Monster parades also happen when the demon lord is reborn every, let's say, every 500 years. This way, there's not much time for people to recoup, right? But every 500 years, the demon lord is reborn. The demon lord and the other demons wish to eat humanity because humans, the magic is stored in the heart, brain, and nervous system. So that's what they want to do. They want to take all the magic, suck all the magic out of the world, leave it as a lifeless husk. That's their goal. Why? Because they just want to amass all power for themselves. They understand that, hey, if the universe is silent, then we have no enemies. No one can hurt or attack us. So we will attack first. That's their ideology. And they know to eat humans or eat any magical being that or any being that has magic, that has sentience, right? They eat the brain, the heart, the whole nervous system. So the demons, they created a portal and then created a like a foundry type thing, but they hid it, right? It's like a science lab that creates more. So the demons, it costs a lot of magic or a lot of stuff to create the portal. Uh, so they created the one portal. They brought stuff over. Then they created the like a biochemical lab. That biochemical lab now creates using human magic because they have a bunch of their demon blood. If a human drinks that demon blood, well, they gain more strength, but they are then under the control of said demon. Now they do this because they use humans as weapons against other humans, but they also have their own laboratories that create avatars that other demons can then inhabit because they're on their way. They're on a ship and they're headed to the planet. Now, once the every 500 years, a new demon lord body is made, so a new demon on a ship will take command of it, and then it's like instant, right? Like his consciousness put into the thing, so he can function over there, even though they're very far distance away. Faster than light type travel, like. But in destroying the body outside of the void, and the void being space, this means that it can just escape from Earth back into space, and then it'll eventually come back. And they're going to be 6 demons. these will be considered the demon lords, and they will return. Uh, Usually they get like 2, 3 chances apiece before they get a swap out. And again, every 500 years has been going on for a long time. My phone. We having some glizzies. So it's been 4 hours. I'm probably going to take a break for a little bit. When I come back, I will have some other stuff. I do have a podcast I'm going to put up on my channel. What is this? The Magic Paradox System. I want to watch that. Simone wins. Don't care what anyone says. But yeah, I'm gonna do that. We'll discuss like magic stuff, the other stuff in the thing. I do have some further ideas. But yeah, talk to you guys soon. Or see you in a bit.